we left off. Loki, hello. You guys, last session, went on 2 separate little ventures out into Vallaki. Sten and Alistair popped over to the church, met Father Lucian and his 2 parish boys who help him run the church. At the urging of a stranger whose name is Vasili, claiming that the church had needed help but was looking for some discreet assistance. And you met Father Lucian and found out that there's a holy crypt under the chapel that very few people know about that basically allows the church to be hallowed ground and protected from unholy forces. And at some point, someone appears to have broken in and stolen the bones. The only people who knew about the bones were the father himself and one of the parish boys, but the parish boy refused to say who he shared that information with. And so, deciding that you two needed to regroup with your party and decide whether you would assist, you told Vasili that you guys would meet him for dinner at the inn and went on your way. Well, the rest of the party headed up towards Lake Zarovich, following a drunken fisherman who was claiming that today was the day that he was finally going to get the lake to give him some more fish, and found that he was going to sacrifice a young Vistani girl to the lake, managed to rescue the girl and bring her back to her Vistani family along with the drunk fisherman and hand him over. The Vistani were very appreciative of you rescuing their leader's daughter and rewarded you with some treasure from their robust treasure wagon. And at this point, you guys have headed back to town. You just arrived back at the tavern. It is mid-afternoon, around 2:30, 3 o'clock. And you guys have decided to head to Blinsky's for further questioning of Blinsky. But Irina, afraid to go back considering the strange dolls that Blinsky has been making for Isaac Strahd, who is the head of the town guard, decided that she's going to stay back at the inn, and Andar has agreed to basically stay with her there so that she's not left alone while the rest of you are heading to Blinsky's toy shop. Is there anything that I missed or that you guys would like to cycle up on before we begin or clarify in any way?
Blinsky.
Oh, I should also say Sten is still partially transparent from his run-in with the hag, and all of you have some sort of active agreement going on with the hag, with Morgantha over at Old Bone Grinder. Willing or not.
That still cracks me up, Bone Grinder.
Oh. I should change then. There we go.
Perfect.
So, anything else, or shall we begin?
Sounds good to me.
Right.
Sounds good to... Oh yeah, I wanted to...
Are we currently at the toy store? Or are we
No,
just
so
outside?
you guys just hit the tavern. Irina is headed upstairs, and Andar, you are there at the tavern. Whether you choose to go up to the room or stay in the tavern is up to you.
Where is Irina going?
She's going up to the room itself, the girls' room.
I'll go up to the other room.
Cool. How will you be spending your time, and is there anything that you'd like me to circle back to you for, or would you like to just wait it out?
I am currently checking my past notes, and I will let you know.
Sounds great. Then I will address the rest. So, and quick reminder, you guys now have a Google Doc with all the information. So, the rest of you head toward Blinsky's toy shop. Mim, Alistair, Doonby, and Sten. Like I said, it's about mid-afternoon, so people are still milling about. You notice that the guards are, now that all the decorations are up, the guards are a little less frazzled and are much more regimented throughout the town, as a lot of them were helping with the decorations up until this point. And at this point, now that the decorations are mostly prepared for the festival in 2 days, you can see that the guards are very well spread throughout the town. This is a very militaristic arrangement of there are posts at most street crossings. There's guards patrolling in pairs throughout the streets on fairly regular intervals. And you can see why the people here tend to be a little bit apprehensive of the guards on duty. They clearly show in force even just during the day in idle time.
Gotcha.
So you guys head down the road, take the left down towards the toy store. You can see the burgomaster's mansion up ahead down the street, same as before. But again, as you approach, the toy store is worn, kind of this maudlin paint coloring, and doesn't seem to be getting a lot of foot traffic as usual. Everything's still kind of dusty in the window. But you arrive, you head in, and Blinsky is behind the counter, tinkering with what appears to be the canine figurine, kind of painting and shaving the wood to try and tie into all the different rope pieces. And Piccolo is up on the shelf, kind of adjusting various toys and straightening them as he's apparently been trained to kind of keep everything front facing and proper looking. If anything leans the wrong way or falls forward, he's with his little tutu kind of flapping, climbing shelves and straightening things and patting them off.
He doesn't notice that we walk inside.
As you guys walk in, he'll kind of look up and be like, "Oh, hello! You have returned!"
Oh, no. How's everything doing today?
"Oh, slow day, but I have made progress." He pulls out the toy. He says, "I see you brought friends. Are any of them interested in a toy for a little girl or boy?"
Well met. I'm Alistair. It's a pleasure.
He comes around, and it's this big portly man in this really tight fit purple jester costume, and he holds out a hand that almost encompasses your full hand. He's a very shakes you fairly forcibly. Blinsky, wonderful to meet you.
Yes, well met. I would love to peruse what you have.
He starts gesturing toward the shelves. "We have many toys. What interests you? We have your friend took very much liking to this doll," and he takes out the headless doll, and which still has the head on it that Sten put on it, the one with the sealed mouth and the sewn stitches. It goes, "Replaceable heads," and holds up a big bag of heads.
Mim is already flittering around the store, playing and touching things. She's messing around.
When you say how, when you're just perusing, touching as in taking off and playing with, or touching is just admiring?
Oh, playing.
Straight up playing.
Well, cause he said that one has removable heads.
Yes,
so are there other things that have removable heads or puppet type things?
Yeah, so he's going to seeing you taking it off and actually playing with stuff, he's gonna come towards you. I'll give you kind of the stuff that you see. So there's a miniature gallows complete with a trap door and a weighted hangman. There's a set of wooden nesting dolls, and as you take out the dolls, each doll gets older. There's a wooden string mobile of hanging bats that the wings actually flap. There's a musical merry-go-round with figurines of snarling wolves chasing children. There's the ventriloquist dummy that looks like what appears to be Strahd von Zarvich. And then there's the doll that looks a lot like Irina up on the shelf, which you guys have all been informed exists. And then there's also just a collection of other maudlin toys of like there's like a wooden man, but it's like singed across the front so it looks like it's been burned. There's like a tree that looks like it's been hacked and carved, and all of the branches are bare, and there's actually like a dead bird like hanging in one of them. The whole place is very macabre. But so what type of stuff is Mim taking off?
Well, she's like messing with like the bat thing and like flapping the wings, and she's like, "Ooh!" and then like kind of like sets it to the side and then moves to the next thing and like tries to mess with that. Like that's what I'm doing, like a kid in a store that's interested in things for like 2 seconds.
Gotcha. Then as he's talking to Alistair, he's gonna see you and completely lock onto you and be like, "Oh yes," and like, "Yes, the bats, they fly, their wings move," and then when you shift attention, "Oh, this one," and he's just gonna start like cataloging things for you. He's very excited that someone is playing with the toys that he made. Like you can tell that it's been, not only has it been a long time, but he is visibly passionate about these toys.
Merry-go-round, tree. Okay, yeah. And then I pick up the puppet of like Strahd. And it's a ventriloquist dummy,
yes,
right?
It's you have to reach up. It's like underneath the cape. There's like a hole in his back that's like a red velvet satin feeling, and you can reach up into the jaw. And when you open up the jaw, it's got like that like ventriloquist like those lines in the jaw,
like
but the fangs actually overhang the jaw so that the jaw moves underneath the fangs.
Then I go like towards what, Blinsky?
Oh yes, very scary.
So why are you making all these scary things? And I just like toss it to the side.
Because they are fun. They bring joy to people. Have you ever seen someone get frightened? Oh, it makes them so happy afterwards.
I kind of fly up to him and I check his temperature with like my wrist on his forehead and be like, "Are you feeling okay?"
Yes, I am feeling great. Are your wings mechanical? Are they? He like kind of like reaches up trying to like catch your wings as they're moving, like trying to like.
I non-lethal slap him in the face and be like, "Don't touch my wings," and fly back.
My goodness. I apologize.
Didn't anyone ever tell you not to touch things that don't belong to you?
I did not mean to insult. I was just merely interested.
The nerve of some people. And I fly back towards my friends again.
He turns back to you, Alistair. Your friend is very temperamental.
Yeah, she can. Sorry, hold up. Non-lethal slap got me.
Yes, a lethal slap.
Yo, slaps can be lethal.
They're freaking lethal, yeah.
They can damage more than your body.
Yeah, she can be that way sometime. But Blinsky, it's very nice to meet you.
It is wonderful to meet you. What brings you to my shop? I see you are friends of the rabbit and the tattooed man.
I'm mostly entirely covered, so I don't think he knows that I'm.
Oh, so he doesn't recognize you. Okay. So he says, I see you are friends with the tattooed man, and I don't believe I have met your ghost friend. Are they dressing up for festival?
Yeah, that's exactly what's going on. And I
hello,
look over to
Blinsky.
Sten.
No, it's me, Sten. I commissioned that doll you were working on.
Oh, Mr. Rabbit Friend, hello. It is wonderful to see you. I am working on your project. It is almost done. It should be done by tomorrow afternoon. I am still working on getting the strings to collapse in the way that you requested.
Wonderful. Yeah, I'm just trying on a new outfit on for size.
I understand fashion makes people happy, yes? I am very fashionable myself, as you can see. And he's like, he's got like little bells on his waist that kind of jingle when he twists.
How wonderful.
I mean, Blinsky, you have a friend yourself, and I'll point up to the monkey.
Yes, Piccolo. Very well trained. He
I
helps me
see
take
that.
care of the shop, and like hearing his name, Piccolo kind of turns and like scampers down and jumps onto his shoulder, and he kind of scratches his head.
How long have you known him? And I'll reach out and try and scratch his head as well.
The monkey will very like fondly lean in, very clearly friendly, not afraid of strangers. He says, "Well, I've had him for about a month and a half now. It has been a short time. He is a new friend to me."
That's not that long. How did you come across Piccolo?
He was a gift from a friend.
I lean into like I think whoever I'm standing next to, I assume it's probably like Alistair or something, and I say, "This guy has friends?"
A gift from a friend, huh?
It is correct. Given to me
May
out of the
I-
kindness of his heart.
May I ask who your friend was?
Well, he is a strange man. He came to town a couple months ago. His name is Rictavio. He is a man of the circus. He brought
Interesting.
Piccolo to me, and Piccolo took a liking to the toys, and so he said that he could stay. And Piccolo and I have been best friends ever since.
I'm gonna try and tilt my head up to Alistair just so he can see my eye just glaring at him. Interesting.
Who's Rictavio again?
Uh,
No.
He's the guy
Rictavio,
we met in the tavern when we first got to town. He's
the
a
half-elf bard.
Okay.
He was telling a fishing story when you first met him.
Can I sit down next to the Piccolo if he's on the ground?
Right now he's on Blinsky's shoulder, but if you sit down, he will climb down and he'll see you on the floor. And if you're like looking at him, he will take attention to you and climb down Blinsky and come sit on the. He'll crisscross and sit on the floor and kind of mimic you there.
I'll reach out a finger.
He full on just grabs it and starts nibbling on it.
Then with doing his other hand, he'll like paint like chalk marks around like his mouth, and I want to cast speak with animals.
Oh, sick. Okay. Okay.
awesome.
This is a twist I didn't
Yeah.
expect, but all right. So,
I was like,
Adunbi
oh,
reaches
yeah, I
into
have
his
this
pocket, and is it like black charcoal-y, or is it like white chalk?
No, this is like white chalk.
Okay, so he reaches into like a pouch on his hip and takes some white chalk and creates two little marks around the sides of his mouth and kind of centers himself and starts speaking, and what comes out of Adunbi's mouth is chimp noises.
I love that.
Hello, Piccolo.
You speak monkey? Ah! He like
Yes.
Piccolo like visibly starts getting excited and gets up and claps and kind of like does little dance.
How are you doing today, my friend?
Oh, it's been so long since I spoke to someone. He like climbs up on your shoulder and like starts picking at your hair. When did you learn to speak monkey?
I picked it up in my time. It's a very fun language to speak.
Monkey's very fun. Very fun.
Mm-hmm.
I wish I knew more monkeys. I know not many monkeys. He like visibly kind of droops a little bit.
Oh, are you different from other monkeys?
I do not know. I have not met many. Like
You've been
picking picking at your hair.
You've been with your friend here for some time now?
Yes, nice man. Has fun things all around. I do not know what
What's
they are
he-
called.
What do you do for him?
I put things so that they are this way. I
Wait,
go, and if they go this way, I put them this way. I don't know what a monkey. I have to look up what a monkey's intelligence is.
Monkeys are pretty smart.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think like
Watch out.
Monkeys have an intelligence of 6, so they're not super bright. Noted.
What did
Not enough to really read, is it?
No.
I don't know what would if what could Piccolo possibly know or like be as like a monkey? That's what I don't have any clue.
Are you a portion of the plot of
asking us?
Dragon Ball?
You're like, I like how you're like, I'm gonna speak with the monkey, and then you speak with the monkey, and you're like, why am I speaking with the monkey?
Well, I'm speaking with him. I was like, okay, the monkey's not what he seems. That's what our card says.
No, it says
talk
No,
to
the
him.
man is not who he seems.
I thought it said he has a monkey.
Look for an entertaining man with a monkey. He is not who he seems.
Oh, okay.
To be fair, I definitely thought it was going monkey too. So
Oh. Is the quote under that ally against darkness, is that about this card?
Yeah.
So either the monkey's the ally against darkness, or
Is Adumbi will say to Piccolo, your friend Blinsky here met up with any strange people lately?
Angry man, dark arm, very scary. And my friend, pointy hat, pointy ears, very big talker, very loud. Comes in most evenings. Well, no, mornings. Sun, early.
Is your pointy ear friend? Is he treat you well? Is he a good man?
Good man. Lot of travel. No fun. Not like here. Here has things. Here has things to play with. He like kind of climbs up and starts like toying with something on the shelf. Thing. See?
That is very nice.
He like takes down like one of the little like wooden carvings and comes and brings it to you, and you can see that it's like clearly a rag doll of a slain man, and like its arms like kind of dangle.
Oh shit.
And it like it's got like painted blood off of its neck, and he like kind of hands it to you. Sitting.
Painted blood?
Yeah, it's like a
Is it like a
sewn
voodoo doll? Like
No,
what
it's
the
like
fuck is
a
this?
sewn rag doll with like all of
okay.
the seams at like various joints, but it's very clearly painted so that it looks like it's someone who had their neck cut open and is like a dead body. And then he kind of
think
jiggles
they'll-
it at you, and all the limbs kind of flail.
Where does Blinsky make things like this?
Is there other things to make? I have never seen other things.
Does he have a secret place where he makes these things, or does he just make it out here in the open?
That disc, right there.
Huh. Well, thank
Kind
you,
of
my
comes and
friend.
like stomps on the counter and slaps it with his hand. Right here.
Oh, thank you, my friend. You've been a great help to me.
Wait,
This whole
Did-
time while Adunbi is speaking with the monkey, Blinsky is aghast that there is a man making chimp noises and the chimp is responding. He's like, "Are you talking to my monkey? That is fabulous! I have never seen such a wonder."
Yes,
Adumbi
it's,
is very talented.
This is evident. I will make a
Blinsky,
toy in your likeness to commemorate this moment of you speaking with Piccolo. Is Piccolo happy? Happy?
Piccolo is very happy. He's
Oh,
glad
that brings
to
me much
be
joy.
here in the shop with you.
That brings me much joy. I am happy to have him.
can I do an insight check? See if there's something more
On Blinsky?
on Blint.
Of course.
Dirty 20.
So Blinsky seems very happy to have people. Genuinely impressed and excited. Almost like childlike wonder at the fact that Adunbi is speaking with the monkey. And you can tell that there's like an underlying sadness just kind of behind his countenance, almost as if he knows that you're going to leave.
Oh.
And he is like desperately trying to delay that as long as possible.
That's so sad.
Blinsky, we didn't come here just to check up on the toy. We're here to check up on you. For your foreboding meeting with the captain or the commander or whatever his title is.
He visibly darkens and says, "Yes, Isaac. He will likely be here tomorrow."
I've alerted my friends here to the fact that he's severely threatened you. I still don't know if it's best if we intervene or not.
I do not know. I've made him his doll. And he gestures towards the shelf. We will see if this one is to his liking, and likely, if the pest is to be a reasonable example, then he will likely ask for another one, slightly more specific, and I will go again, and he will not pay. But I do not know. I
How
just
much-
don't want him to burn down my shop.
How much does he owe you, Blinsky?
Well, I would have to calculate, but if each doll is a standard of nine, let's see, if each doll is a standard of 5 silver, he would be in debt of about 625 silver, which would equate to 62 gold, 5 silver.
That's a lot. You've made that many dolls for him.
It has been a long time.
Really fast, out of character. Which dolls? Is it Irina or Strahd or both? That this guy.
Irina.
It's Irina.
It's like a progression of looking closer and closer to Irina.
Okay.
And that's a lot.
Yeah.
It's in the ballpark of a little over 120 dolls.
And he's never even offered to pay, not once.
Well, I asked the first time, and then I asked a few times since very far between, and it has not gone well for me. And you can tell, like, he kind of shrinks a little bit, like he's almost like physically scared. There's clearly like a little bit of unresolved trauma there.
Did this guy say any reason why he wanted these dolls?
He just says it must be perfect. He does. He gives me description, I make the doll.
He said he's gonna come tomorrow, right?
Tomorrow, yes. At least if his schedule is to be consistent. It is not always consistent, but...
We do have a reason to come here tomorrow. My commission will be,
Yes,
ready.
yes, tomorrow afternoon. Look, he kind of comes over and he takes it off the counter and he says, I have almost painted the pieces to your specifications. I need to get the shapes are a little bit rough still. I need to polish and then I am going to paint over it. It's a little rough. Do not judge yet, but the ropes are connecting nicely. I have created, and he like shows you like he's engineered a little system so that there's a button on the back that just causes it to completely collapse into pieces. But, at present, it's all kind of loose, so when you press the button, it just kind of jiggles, and it's like, do not worry, I haven't tightened it up yet, it is still, but when button press, whole thing collapse. Will be a beautiful sight.
Is there a
It's-
back room? Sorry.
No, that's all right. Go
You
ahead.
say your thing.
There's a small back room, yes. You can see that there's a door kind of behind the counter.
Sorry. Go ahead.
All right. Certainly coming along, Blinsky. Thank you.
Blinsky, question for you.
Yes.
In your past, have you ever done any adventuring of any kind?
No, I have never been the traveling kind. I like to read. I like to make things. I studied what is the I studied Fritz von Berg. Fritz von Berg, very talented inventor. I told you, not inventor, inventor. I told your friends, he makes wonderful machines. I have heard that he has made a metal man.
That's amazing.
It's wonderful. I have never heard of such a feat. It is unfortunate that he passed away. I would have loved to meet him.
I'm just going to kind of shoot Stan a questioning look. Like Alistair isn't quite sure what's going on.
I'm gonna cast message. Wait, let me make sure I have that. I'm gonna cast message. To Alistair. I think we should have a talk with our bard friend.
I agree. I'm not entirely sure that the cards were referring to Blinsky.
I'm not gonna send another message.
I cannot reply to this message.
Blinsky's just continuing. I have heard that the metal man is somebody who that von Fritz made for the devil himself, and he kind of gestures over at the Strahd dummy. It is, but if only I could see the machine, the wonders that I could create.
You know that doll is somewhat based off of a metal man.
Really? The
Yes.
one that I am building for you?
Yes, you take solace in the fact that you're building a metal man.
A small replica. This one will
Yes.
not move, but can you imagine if I were able to make it move? The things I could accomplish. What wondrous things. It
Those
make
are
me very
good baby
happy.
steps.
Yes, that's true.
Do you? Do you know a man by the name of Vasili?
I have heard of
Von-
this man. I
Von
have
who's he? What's he?
Vasili von Holtz, yes?
Oh yes.
Yes, he comes around. He's very nice man. Actually took a liking to the and he kind of gestures over at the Strahd dummy. He's like, came in and looked at it. He thought it was very he looked at it for a few minutes and commented on it, and then he left. Nice man though.
Just curious. We made his acquaintance a little earlier.
Yes, he seems to know many people. He comes. He is. I see him around town here and there. He comes by quite often. Not here, but around.
Town, sure.
Yes. Can I interest you in a drink?
Oh. I don't see why not.
I've got water.
Oh.
He kind of comes and like passes out bowls of water. He says, "Normally I have wine, but I haven't been able to afford any lately."
Mm.
He goes, I if you're hungry, and he pulls out a bag, two little bags, one that has 2 apples and one that has a steak. And he says, I have these. If you'd like, we could share.
Oh,
Oh God.
I couldn't. No, I have to save room for dinner.
All right, well, you're welcome anytime. And he puts them back under the counter, unless anyone else.
I'm quite all right, thank you.
I do think we have to be going.
He
Actually,
he takes one apple and he kind of like takes one of his carving knives and just slices it in half and slices a little slice for Piccolo and hands it over to Piccolo, and Piccolo starts munching on the apple.
But we will be back tomorrow. Okay.
Okay. Well, I will be here when you return, and the toy will be ready. Be very excited. It will bring you much joy and happiness.
Very excited. Thank you.
It definitely will. Thank you.
Blinsky, before we head out, what
Yes.
time does the guard usually come around?
Oh, as I said, his schedule is not necessarily the most consistent, but mid-morning, yeah, around noon.
Good to know. No, I'll head out with my friends.
Can I, before we go, sleight of hand the necklace that I was wearing into Blinsky's pocket?
Sure.
I don't know if it's worth anything.
Worth 5 million platinum.
What was the sleight of hand?
To take off the necklace and try and put it in
What
like
what'd you roll?
2. Well, it was 16 plus 6.
Ah, I just
Yeah.
didn't hear it. Didn't come through.
Oh, okay.
That's plenty. He's so focused on all of you that you're able to wink.
Okay.
Oh, Blinsky, before I go, you like being a little scared, right?
Oh yes. I mean, not truly scared. Truly scary things like Isaac is truly scary, but little scares here and there are very exciting. They get my heart all a burr.
I'm gonna really quickly pull down my hood.
You are transparent.
Ooh.
Is this some sort of magic? Are you a magician?
Only sometimes, Blinsky.
Fascinating. I am going to be making so many toys from you. You are a very inspiring group. You are very kind people. I will remember this day.
You have a nice day.
You as well. Be safe, travel, and remember, it's no fun. It's no Blinsky.
He's not wrong.
I'll just look back to Alistair. It's no Blinsky.
All right, see
Well
you
met.
guys.
And head out.
He waves you out, and Piccolo kind of like does a little like jaunty thing, kind of like thinking that he's made friends with the Doonbee, kind of waving off at you guys. And you guys head out into the street outside of the shop, and the door kind of clangs behind you, letting off a little dust from the sill.
Well, brilliant man. Not quite the man we're looking for, I don't think.
Oh, why is
No.
that?
Just no adventuring. I'm just not sure that I would want to put Blinsky in harm's way if something arises with Strahd.
I mean, what? These cards, what do we have to do when we find them anyway? What the cards are talking about?
I think maybe this one we try to make friends, but I don't know. When you were talking with the monkey, did he mention anybody?
He just mentioned pointy-eared friend. That he that gave him to Blinsky.
Yeah, Rictavio.
Yeah.
We ran into him. I mean, we were all there, right? He certainly has stories.
We
As
could
well.
talk to him, yeah.
Yes.
Is there anything else we had to do today?
Well, we have the dinner here in a few hours with Vasili. But
Yes.
have we made the decision to help out Father Lucian?
I don't see why not.
I would like to help out the father, but I also feel we need to help out Blinsky as well. So we may have to balance our time a little.
And then, I mean, if we're helping out Blinsky, the festival's only in a couple days.
Looks like we have a busy schedule.
Yeah. And you still have to help Danica with the wine.
Okay, so above table, what are like the main things that we have today that we need to get done? Or,
So at this point, it's about 4 p.m. You guys spent about an hour with Blinsky.
okay.
As far as the things that you need to get done / have been presented to you, so Father Lucian needs help with the bones. You're having dinner with Vasili. You guys know the festival is in 2 days. Your toy will be done tomorrow, and Isaac comes to the toy shop tomorrow. And then also, Andar spoke to the sons of Lady Wachter and said that he was going to go over there and meet them today.
Okay, this is the same day, so we haven't done that yet.
Correct.
Gotcha.
I mean, we were supposed to meet them at noon, so that's like long past.
Valid. At least that's the time that he told them.
We could still show up fashionably late.
Also, you're still trying to figure out. You brought Irina here because it was said to be the safest place, according to her brother,
Yeah.
Ismark.
I need to find a place for her to stay.
Either choose a place for her to stay, or decide, or whether it's best to leave her here or take her with you.
So we have to find out what's going on with these cards, right? And we need to find a safe place for Irina. I believe your debt to her brother is something that you wanted to finish first, right? So maybe we should focus on finding a place for Irina to stay.
Honestly,
Yes.
I think we should ask Irina what she wants to do.
That's a good idea. I'm going to try and wake up early tomorrow to visit Blinsky. He mentioned the Rictavia visits in the morning, right?
Yeah, yes.
About noon, yeah.
Also, do you get more transparent every day, or is it just like this always?
Well, it's so far the first day. So hopefully this is it. I say hopefully in a very sad way. I don't like this.
I think you will just turn invisible, or do you think your body will evaporate altogether?
Well, it's not just invisible. I feel a little weaker. So I truly hope there is an end to this. That involves me still standing.
We may have to find this old lady that did this to you.
I'm gonna look behind me and also at Mim. Do Mim or I look like we've gotten any worse from our deals?
So Mim looks perfectly normal.
Okay.
I have
Mim's fine.
10 less HP.
Oh God, that's a lot of less HP.
Yeah. From my total is only 30, so now I have.
Other than your shadow missing, Alistair, you don't notice anything else. Also, just for my clarification, are you guys having this discussion in the street? Are you heading back to the tavern? Like,
This is probably on our way back to Tavern, I would assume.
Got it.
We're probably just walking and talking.
and Andar, well, they've been out. What have you been doing?
I have been starting to copy the spell magic missile from the spell book I found in Death House into my book.
Perfect. Then I will allow you to do that.
All the spells.
It
That
does
was weird
take 2
phrasing.
hours, though.
Okay, so then you'll be half done by the time that. Well, they spent an hour there. It'll take them about 15 minutes, so you're a little over halfway done when they return. But continue.
But yes, let's talk to Irina. See what she has to say about where she wants to stay.
I might have a chat with Danica. She seems to know a lot about people.
Danica.
Yeah, the barkeep at the tavern.
Ah, yes.
Danica
Sorry,
Mardukov.
She Vasili went right to her
Yes.
this morning. So
And we met our half-elven friend there as well. might be able to get up some information on him.
Okay, let's talk to people.
They do have a semi-private room in the back. Alistair and I have already been there, so maybe a small chat before dinner.
Yeah. Lead the way.
All right, so you guys arrive back at the tavern. Andar and Irina are both upstairs. I will bring up the map just for this so that we can kind of keep track of where everyone is. So we'll pop you guys back to the tavern, head to here. Let's see. So at this point, Irina is up in her room. Andar and Doctor Who are up in that room, and the rest of you are outside, arriving back. Also, upon your arrival, there will be two. Where?
Real quick at table, can somebody put the half elf's name in the notes, because I've definitely already forgotten it.
Rictavio.
Oh, you got it.
Oop. All right.
And he also has a cart that a couple people have seen when they went shopping.
Correct.
I think that's all we know about him.
You said Rictavia? Yeah, Sasha Rictavia.
All right, so as you guys arrive back, it's early evening, so there's a decent amount of people in the tavern. It's fairly noisy. There are two kind of sour-looking, brutish men covered in pelts and with knives tucked in their pockets at the southern table, and then a variety of townsfolk kind of scattered around. You can tell because it's a little busier, the boys are actually helping ferry drinks to and from the bar, while Danica is behind the bar working, and every once in a while you'll see Erwin come out and deliver food to tables as well as people are ordering. You can tell that this is evening is clearly their kind of bread and butter busy time, and they're trying to keep everything active and filled.
Mm-hmm. We said we wanted to get a seat and talk with the barkeep as well as Irina, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the plan. Then I guess I'll go up and I'll knock on Irina's door. Try to ask her to come down.
All right, she'll nod. Should I wear the wig or as is? What? I don't know what your plan is.
I am new here, but I think it's important that you keep your identity safe, or so I believe you should wear the wig.
All right, then, that's what I'll do. And she comes down and joins, disguised.
I'll find a table for us to sit that's kind of like isolated from people while I wait for the group.
So the only one big enough for everyone is this one kind of in the center, but no one seems to be sitting there right now. So you guys are free to kind of take it.
I guess I'll walk up to the bar. Does anyone come with me?
Yeah,
He doesn't like me. I can't.
He doesn't like you.
No, because
To be fair, Danica tried to steal.
Yeah.
Danica, excuse me.
She kind of like is filling glass, looks over and says, "Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't recognize you in the outfit. Yes, how can I help you?" And
I understand.
she's
I was
talking as
wondering-
she fills, kind of half looking at
Could
you.
I borrow yours or Erwin's ear in private for a moment?
Let me see if Erwin's available. I've unfortunately I'm a little slammed right now. And she's like, she takes like three steins in each hand and kind of is like sets them on the table, and the boys are rushing up, and she brings out a couple more. And then she kind of just shouts into the back like, "Erwin!"
It may be inappropriate of me to ask. I should have just asked about Erwin. She's clearly working.
And he kind of comes barreling out, thinking something's wrong. Let me pull him out. And he kind of like comes out hurriedly, hearing her cry, and she's like, "These ones want to talk!" And continues filling up, and he kind of sighs a little bit and says, "All right, kind of sidles up and sits down and says, what can I help you with?"
Could we actually... I'll just point to the door he just walked out of.
"Oh, yeah, of course. Sorry." And he kind of opens it up and allows you guys back in. And you can see that he's like actively cooking, and there's a roast boar kind of spinning over the fire that he's periodically shaving chunks off, and he's got kind of little carving station set up on the table with a variety of fruits, and there's a stew boiling on the stove. It smells very savory in here. You can tell that there's like that fresh cooked meat smell and kind of boiled vegetables.
Can I offer any help as I've got some questions?
Don't worry, I'm used to this. How can I help you?
Right.
He's like chopping as he talks.
I'm just gonna take down my hood. Feel like
Okay.
maybe I can trust these guys. Ooh, we'll see. It's me, Stan, and Alistair. We I know we've talked briefly about the wine situation, but we have a couple questions about some characters around town.
So he is like chopping and not even looking at you. So he at first doesn't realize that you're fully transparent, and he's just listening and speaking. He goes, yes, very. What friends are you referring to? And slides. He's like slicing a carrot and slides it into the stew and goes and pivots the hog. At this point, still hasn't noticed that you're transparent.
Okay. Well, we've invited Vasili von Holtz to dine with us tonight. And I know he approached your wife immediately when he had an issue. I was wondering if you could speak on his character. Everyone seems to like him, but I don't know. When everybody likes someone, there's usually something. They're feigning something, right? I don't know if I'm being too nervous about this.
So he's like peeling a potato, and he says, "Well, yeah, so I've met Vasili. I don't know him that well." And he looks over and goes, "Oh, are you feeling well? He comes over and he like goes to like push his hand like onto your forehead, and in a strange sense you feel like a tingling, and his hand presses, but it's not as firm as a press as you would normally feel. It feels like slightly cushioned, and there's clearly less resistance to his hand than would normally be there. And he kind of jolts back and says, "Okay, I will fully admit I'm not familiar with your kind, but is this normal for you?"
Yes. No, of course not.
Can you blame me? I've never met a talking rabbit.
Everyone's just gonna call you Talking Rabbit for the rest of the time.
And yet I've met a talking man.
Yes, that does make sense. And he goes and he starts peeling the potatoes. And do you need a doctor?
Well, do you know anybody who's a high practitioner of the arcane arts?
He's like shaving the potato, clearly visibly shaken by what's occurring, and his hands kind of shaking a little bit. He's like, there's not a lot of arcane in the town. The priest knows a limited amount. I've heard rumors that Lady Wachter is a practitioner, but I've heard that hers is less of the savory sort. But I believe that to be all. There's not a great deal. There have been rumors I've heard. He kind of pauses for a second. I've heard rumors of strange flashes coming from the Baron's house at night, but it's fairly evident he's not a practitioner himself, and his wife doesn't have the brain for it. So I don't know what that could mean.
If you could, maybe just keep this between you and Danica.
Well,
you've trusted us enough. I trust you with my problem.
with all due respect, I don't think anyone would believe me if I tried.
I can take some solace in that.
Hey, there's a half-transparent rabbit that I'm talking to.
Ah, yes, you are completely sane, my
Precisely.
friend.
My God, it's like a tangential Donnie Darko world.
Yes,
I
it's
love
very Donnie Darko.
That's why that's why you walk around with the cloak, just so people won't believe they actually talk to a giant rabbit.
So you trust Vasili?
Oh, right, Vasili. I don't know him that well. He seems incredibly put together. He comes in, he seems to have a lot of friends around town, brings them in for drinks. Good business. Never had any problem with him. Pays his tab, behaves. Doesn't get too deep in his cup, so to speak. In fact, now that I think about it, he usually
Maybe
pays
he
more
is
for his
guarded.
friends than for himself.
It's very interesting. Alistair, any...
What about Rictavio? He was in here the other day.
Yes, he's staying here.
Oh. Just for now, as long as you don't mind me asking, of course.
He's been here a number of weeks now, going on a couple months. Said he's preparing for his carnival. Says he's trying to get to know the townspeople better, stay settled. Has had a long, weary travel on the road. As long as he keeps the room tab paid for, I'm happy. But to be fair, he does attract a little more clientele with his stories, so that's always a benefit for us.
I can understand that.
I mean, coming from me, it sounds like a truly fated friend. I do love the stories.
That's true. I guess the two of you have some things in common, although I guess visage aside.
So I'm a little hairier than he is.
I more was referring to the transparency, but
Well, thank you for being so overt about that.
I believe in dark times stoic humor tends to help me through.
Well, some of us just get by. Well, I suppose that's kind of all I had.
Well, if you have any other questions, you know where to find me. He at this point is dicing up the potatoes he's peeled and putting them in the stew and gives it a swirl, and you get that kind of waft of deeply cooked vegetables and like some sort of cream. It seems quite a delectable dish.
How soon till we would expect dinner?
At this point, you spend about an hour at Blinsky's, and so I'd say it's probably like 5:30. So he could show up pretty much any time. You didn't set a strict timetable, so it's
Before
clearly
we
the
leave, I'm gonna-
evening rush.
Okay. Before we leave the room, I'll cast Disguise Self.
All right, and just as yourself, but less transparent.
Mhm. Yeah, fully opaque.
Yeah. So, and you do this in front of Erwin.
Sure.
Okay, so you do it, and he pauses for a second. He's like, "Wait, was this some sort of parlor trick all along?"
Gotta keep the act up, right?
I'll never understand bards. Continues making his stew.
And real quick, super out of pocket before we leave, I'm just going to say, and what of Strahd?
Just to Erwin.
Yeah.
He's gonna look at you and kind of be slightly taken aback, and I wouldn't speak his name aloud here, friend. Not everyone is particularly poignant on that one. There are those. He's fully stopped cooking now and kind of like comes over to the table and leans over at you. There are those in town who believe the devil is precisely that, and much to be feared. The Baron is one of them. That's the purpose of his festivals. He believes that as long as he keeps the people happy, that maybe we can be free of the devil's curse and return to whence we came. And there are others who believe that the Baron is mistaken, and that perhaps the devil is the only salvation we have. Of which camp, it is difficult to tell at first glance, and so I recommend you proceed with caution.
Understood. Thank you.
Well,
Can't wait to get more of that wine.
do I get the feeling that he held back anything at all?
You'd have to roll an insight check.
Okay, that's what I was reaching for.
Hey, looks like we're. Oh, never mind. Yeah, it
Also,
looks like
yeah,
someone's
everyone's
on this
frozen.
one.
Everyone's frozen in OBS for whatever reason, but not in anything else. I don't know why. Okay, well there we go. I just have to reselect all the cameras. Apparently, they're just freaking out.
Did the fishermen? Did the guy that we returned his daughter to? Were they like? What was their occupation?
The Vistani?
Yeah.
No one asked, but from your
Fine,
dealings with Vistani, you know that Vistani are basically one of three things. Either they are traveling entertainers, straight up thieves and like bandits, or kind of just wandering bohemian, they don't really have an occupation type lifestyle of they just travel from place to place.
I wrote a note somewhere that someone was a friend of. I don't remember who it was.
Was a friend of who?
Of the Vistani, or like was fine with. Most people hate it.
Strahd is fine with the Vistani leaving.
That's true. Strahd, the Vistani are the only ones who can come and go from Barovia at will.
Gotcha.
They are free to travel to and through the mists. And anyone else is stopped. And nobody
Gotcha.
really particularly knows why.
That insight check was a 14.
All right. So you can tell he tenses up at the mention of Strahd, and he's choosing his words very carefully. It's unclear whether he is choosing them carefully for his benefit or for yours.
Gotcha. All right.
Well, I'll wait for people to get to the table with Irina. Maybe we'll ask her and say, so, how do you enjoy your stay here so far?
Let's do Irina.
Yeah.
Well,
Find it safe, comfortable?
I mean, we've only stayed the one night, but it's... The bed was comfortable. The place seems homely enough. Clearly quite a variety of characters coming and going, so at least that's interesting. Or do you mean Vallaki as a whole?
It's Vallaki as a whole. I was thinking that maybe you would prefer, living off the wilds in the woods, maybe? It's very fun.
I'll
I
admit
think you might actually be very good at it.
I'll admit the thought is a little daunting. I've never sort of fended in the wilderness for myself for longer than a short period of time, or at least purposeful travel, if you will.
I feel like you would pick it up very quickly. I mean, you may starve for a few days, but it's always a good motivator.
Right. I imagine that that's accurate. Is that how you came to be such a wilderness expert? How long did you starve?
No, I never starved. I was always very good at it. Naturally gifted, you might say. I've just heard stories. That's all. But if you're naturally gifted, you shouldn't be a problem. Which you seem to be very naturally talented at stuff. So
I appreciate it, but
I didn't mean to derail.
No, of course I appreciate it. I imagine in this sense that you might be giving more credit than is due, but I do appreciate it. Sten and Alistair, are you guys leaving the room, staying with him?
I'm planning on leaving.
Yeah, I was gonna thank him and then leave.
Okay.
Regroup.
So you guys head back out.
To the table.
Adunbi and Irina are talking at the table. Mim, what are you doing this whole time?
How drunk are these guys down here at this other table?
No.
No, I'm not doing anything bad. I'm not really doing anything bad.
They're clearly they've got one empty mug on the table and they're working on a second, but they don't seem to be terribly drunk. They seem to be holding their liquor, and they both seem quite grumpy.
Steal their drink.
That's exactly what
Steal their mug.
Well, I would like to say that, like, when I walked in, I would have liked to try to take one of their mugs off the table. And I sleight of handed an 18.
Okay.
So I would have brought it back to. I would have tried to just walk fly past.
Like
or
empty
something,
mug or
and,
one of the mugs that they're actively drinking out of?
That's the thing is if they had set it down for a second talking, I would have
Got
just,
it.
Yeah.
Roll me a sleight of hand at disadvantage.
Oh, damn it. I'm
I believe
11.
in you.
11.
All right, so you reach, you're walking by, you reach up, you grab one of the steins and start to pull it off the table, and a hand slams down on yours, and this large man leans down, and his bristled beard gets right up in your face, and you just smell the ale in his breath, and he says, "And what do you think you're doing, pixie?"
I was just grabbing my ale. What are you doing?
Roll me a deception check.
I believe in men.
18.
Yes, let's go.
The one guy kind of chuckles and looks at his friend and says, "Look at this one. She's piss poor drunk." And the other one kind of squints and says, "She walked in here fine. It seems that she got drunk the minute you breathed in her face, you intoxicated bastard." And then he looks at you and says, "Oh, is that so?" And they both just kind of glare down at you. He's still got your hand in like a death grip.
Oh god. Well, don't you know that fairies get drunk from breathing in the air of the things?
Roll me one more deception check.
I feel like it should be easier to lie to a drunk person.
40.
I told you they're not that drunk.
Damn it.
14.
14.
I know a lot about fairies, but I know about drinking. And last I checked, breathing doesn't get nobody drunk. And right there, we're going to pause because all of a sudden we're dropping frames. So I'm going to restart my computer. And then we're going to continue right there. So give me one moment. So give me 1 sec.
It's okay. If they try to hurt you, we get a bar fight, and that's perfectly fine.
Mim's hand is in a death grip. Last I checked, breathing doesn't get nobody drunk.
My quarterstaff is itching to hit somebody. Bonk. Do we see
you're
this
muted.
happening?
I'm not muted. Can you hear me?
Now I can hear you.
Now we can.
Sorry, I wasn't talking in the mic. Checking.
Just gonna move Mim right over next to these guys because that's where she is. This big one is the one that's breathing in your face. The other one
All of
is
the
the
patrons are look. All of the randos are like perfectly facing that direction.
Just a few things really fast. I have intimidation, so I'm not gonna go that route.
Stab him. Do it.
Stab him.
What are they gonna do?
Stab him and blame it on the alcohol.
I'm gonna use Druidcraft to make my. Can I make my eyes start to like catch on fire? Because it's a sensory effect and it's harmless.
Oh my god, that'd be
So-
freaking freaky.
So Druidcraft creates a harmless sensor effect that predicts what the weather will be at your location.
No, you instantly make a flower blossom, a seed pod open, or a leaf bud. That's part of it. That's the first option.
Oh, I see. I see.
You create an instantaneous harmless sensory effect, such as falling leaves, a puff of wind, sound of a small animal. You instantly light or snuff out a candle, a torch, or a small campfire.
So you can't set your eyes on fire because that wouldn't be harmless.
I mean, a campfire does a lot of damage.
Campfire song.
So yeah, you can't set your eyes on fire.
Wouldn't it be cool though?
That would be cool as shit.
You have cool points, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. I'm not charismatic, but I'm gonna try. Guys breathing in my face is the different guy than the one.
No, the guy that's holding your hand is the one that's breathing in your face. The other guy is the one that could tell you weren't drunk and tipped him off.
So they just genuinely do not believe I'm drunk.
They don't believe you're drunk because the one guy saw you walk in normally and then
Yeah.
pretend to be drunk.
All right. Okay, here's the deal. You know, even though I'm not drunk, I could still kick both of your asses, right here, right now.
Let's go.
Like, oh, unhand me, bitch.
Yeah, come on, hand me, bitch.
All right, roll me. You're trying to intimidate them, right?
I guess so.
Roll me an intimidation check.
Not 20, not 20. Let's go. Nope, 9.
9.
9.
Plus anything? No.
No, I have no intimidation. That's why I needed the fiery eyes. Also, am I echoing in caps, Mike, or am I just?
No, you're not.
You said 9.
I said 90. Yeah.
All right. So you like I could kick both your asses. They look at each other.
You're gonna laugh at me.
And the one physically picks you up by your hand and is holding you above the ground and turns to the rest of the tavern and goes, "Which one's this belong to?" and shakes you physically.
And I'm like, wait, let me down.
Oh no.
Oh,
So you and this is right the time that you, Sten, and Alistair walk out of the back room. Is to see him stand up and shake.
Oh shit!
I mean, Jinbee's gonna immediately get up from the table and quickly stroll over there, and be like, "Excuse me, sir, what are you doing?"
This one was trying to steal some ale. Is it yours?
I can you put her down, please?
He kind of like lets go and lets her just fall the 3 feet and says, "Tell her to keep her hands to herself." Sits back down.
Can I try to like catch him as you fall? I mean, I'm sure you might fly away, but I'm just gonna try to like. Oh,
Yeah. Roll me a just roll me a dex check. Straight dex check.
Dex.
Let's see how fast your reflexes are.
15.
That's enough. So he lets go, and she kind of starts to fall, and you just kind of like, whoop, like.
I imagine
Snatch
it's slow
her.
motion, and Mim like looks into his eyes as he catches me.
I'm gonna keep in mind this guy's a normal sized guy, so you literally are gonna fall like 2 feet, but basically he just like he was holding you up and dropped you, and Adoombi just kind of was like and like grabbed you.
And I say, "Tootby, you saved my life." And then I like hop out of his arms and like fly up to the guy's face and say, "You better watch yourself." And I try, and I'm I guess I don't want to beat up.
You like fly up in his face like, you better watch yourself, and like fly away, and he just kind of looks after you and spits on the floor in your direction.
Didn't your mother ever tell you not to treat fake creatures like that?
He looks at you and he goes, "I don't think my
walking
mom ever encountered someone like her, but I know a thing or two about thieves."
Touch my friends once again, and you will see what happens.
Are you trying to intimidate him?
I mean, I'm just saying that if he wants to be intimidated by that, that's his choice.
roll me an intimidation, because he's gonna turn back and be like, well, roll me intimidation first.
That's a 17.
Yep. He's gonna look at you. He's gonna like roll his shoulders back. He's gonna lean forward. "Your friend touches my ale again. She won't have any fingers to touch anything."
As I see this, I'm gonna druidcraft the faint odor of a skunk around their table.
That's fine.
Thank you.
There's a small stench that starts to permeate, and they both kind of look at each other. "Hey, that you? I thought it was you. Keep that to yourself." They both.
Alright, I won't whack anyone today.
Damn, I was so ready to fight, guys. Come on.
Yeah, so-
Can I
don't worry.
at least like jab him in the foot?
With your staff?
Yeah.
Mim.
I mean-
an all-out tavern brawl is not Mim.
You can like whack him in the foot. What are you like? You can do that.
I wanna like when he says that, I wanna like jab the butt of my quarterstaff on his foot and just like keep it there for a second while I like look him in the eyes.
All right. You jab it onto his boot, and how forcefully are you doing this? Like enough to like are you trying to hurt his toes, or are you just trying to like make a point?
His foot. I'm just trying to pin his foot there.
All right, cool. So you stab it down, and he's got like this thick leather boot on that's like covered in mud, and you stab it down, and he like catches it and looks at you. I'm sorry. Do we have a problem?
We do have a problem if you don't apologize.
I didn't start it. Your friend's the one who put a hand on my hair. And then lied to my face about it.
I don't take kindly to your attitudes right now.
The other one leans in. We don't take kindly to people interrupting our evening. We're at our table enjoying our drinks. You're interrupting our time.
If you apologize right now, then I will drop it. But if not, then we have a problem.
They look at each other. Your friend apologizes for stealing from us first. Then we'll apologize to your friend.
Okay.
I'll take my quarterstaff off his foot. And you said Sashi, you said Mim went back to the table, right?
Oh, I like backed off, like flew away. I imagine like you're like I'm a little bit behind you, like looking over.
This is him standing up and shaking. Him standing up and shaking a fairy brought most of the attention of the bar. Everyone's kind of warily watching, including Danica, who's sweating a bit.
So he said, "I'll apologize if your fairy friend apologizes."
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Do they look? What are they wearing? Like
they're wearing full wolf pelts, and they've got a variety of like knives strapped to their hip. They look to be some sort of like hunters or scouts of some kind. And they've got a bag sitting next to them that at a quick glance you can tell is filled with meat. They sell meat to both the establishment and locals.
And Doomby will turn his head like slightly back to Mim, like, do you have anything to apologize for?
Well, I kind of fly forward just a little bit. I'm really sorry that you guys have to walk through life with those ugly, mean mugs of yours.
All right.
And
Yes.
And I'm gonna try to cast Mind Sliver on the one.
You're gonna cast what?
Mind Sliver.
All right.
Disorienting spike of psychic energy into the mind of one of them. They must succeed on an intelligence saving throw or take 1d6.
Okay, which one are you trying to mind sliver?
Which is the one that
The one on the left is the one that's got the beard and is big and like
No, I know. Which one was the one that believed me that I was drunk? And what does deception go against? Is it just like a saving throw or
Insight.
Insight?
So, the one on the left is the one that you tried to steal the drink from and caught you. The one on the right is the one that could tell that you were lying. And neither of them were intimidated by you.
Wow. Simple. The one that Adumbi put his staff on his foot.
Okay, so big guy. It's an intelligence saving throw?
God, they're hunters. They might be kind of... Yeah.
What is your save DC?
Oh. 13.
That's not bad. That's pretty good. Actually.
Yeah.
All right, and all right, so you fly up, tell them they're ugly, cast your spell, and you see no visible change in the man.
Damn it.
They both stand up and they both draw their daggers.
And then I say, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
At this point, I'm gonna clank my quarter staff on the ground and cast Soleil.
Okay, so your staff starts glowing. They've got daggers drawn. The entire tavern is silent. Danica is staring daggers at Mim. And the big guy, with dagger in hand, I'm gonna ask one more time. Do we have a problem?
Like I
So
said,
just asking aloud.
like I said, apologize and we don't have a problem.
And like I said, we didn't start it. We can end this now, or we can settle this outside.
I look at it and back
Seems
into
like-
it from the group.
It seems like we have a problem. Then let's go outside.
All right. They sheathe their daggers and move outside,
I'm gonna
kind of warily
can I-
watching.
I'm gonna cast Bardic Inspiration on Mim. If you have a
They're
problem, I
outside.
help you solve it.
I walk out the door and lean against the tavern.
I am immediately gonna stealth before I exit, because they went out first. So
Oh, did they go out first or did we go out first?
They straight up
They-
sheathed their
they walked
daggers,
out.
stood out, and
Yeah.
walked out. They are ready.
Okay. I'll just follow them then and walk outside.
All right.
23.
Your stealth.
Yeah.
Okay, so you walk up to the edge of the door there.
Mm-hmm.
Adunbi, can you not control your token? I just realized I can control your token from the player screen.
I can't, no.
Okay, let me fix that.
Dun dun dun.
So the curse finally reveals itself.
I have no control. It wasn't me the whole time. It's okay. I'm prepared for the
There we
worst.
go.
My
Now
act-
that
my
should-
actions have consequences.
Now you should be able to control. Is that better?
I just wanted some ale.
Yeah, I can control it now.
Okay, cool.
Is it just these two guys?
Just these two.
I thought there was three. Okay.
No, just two. The one bearded guy is the big one, and then the other kind of slimy one. So they're standing outside, redraw their daggers, turn to face you. What? Your little pixie friend isn't gonna come join the party.
Can I rush up and sneak attack? Since as they were walking out, I went around.
Trying to come up from behind them.
Yeah.
Fairy dive!
Oh my.
Sting
So-
attack!
So they just said what?
They turned around and were waiting, and a Doonby walked outside. And this one said, "What? Your little pixie friend not gonna join us?"
Okay.
But yeah, if you want to straight up sneak attack him, you can.
Was this the one that held me?
No, so the bottom one's the big burly one. The
Alright,
other
I'm
one's
not gonna keep track of it. Damn it! Stab that guy in his. Okay, but so we're gonna go. I'm gonna move. I'm gonna run up to him. It's not dodge, and I'm going to sneak attack,
all right. Roll the hit.
which do I get advantage, right?
Yes, your advantage because you're stealth.
15.
All right,
Does that hit?
that'll hit.
Okay. So then I get. Where's my D8? There it is.
Where's my DA?
So 7 plus 6, 4 plus my dex. 7. Oh wait, 17, 18, 21.
All right.
21.
So he turns towards you, and Adunbi is like, "What? Your little pixie friend not gonna join us?" And there's a quick blur, and a knife comes piercing through the back of his throat, and blood starts trickling down his neck, and he slides forward. His friend
Hell yeah.
turns and sees what just occurred. Oh, I did not mean to. Wow, that zoomed out a shit ton. Let me
Fight
zoom
Club.
back in.
Let's go.
You guys, if these are the guys providing meat to the tavern, we have screwed up our relationship.
So this one's dead.
You only need one of them to do their job.
The other one,
Are we in an initiative order?
as of right now, no, but we're about to be.
So wait, that one's dead?
Yeah, they're just scouts. They don't have a lot of.
I'm a murderer.
These are just townspeople. These were townspeople who were literally just minding your business. You tried to steal their drink, and then when they told you off, you decided to fucking kill him. So
I'm gonna look towards this other one and say, "You wanna apologize now?"
actually, that's a good point. Let's see.
That's a good point.
It's a good point. My friend just died. Do I want to die too?
Can I walk up to the dead body?
Well, hold on. So
The ghost of Rabbit Past.
he just
You gonna
watched his
bring it
friend die.
Uh-huh. By a tiny little fairy. Let's be real about that.
Here's what he's gonna do. He's gonna turn to
That's
you.
fair.
He's gonna sheath his dagger. He's gonna pull a short sword, and he says, "I don't fight in the shadows like a fucking coward." And brings down his short sword. "You wanna go? We go face to face."
I'm gonna die.
You'll be fine. You're a mim of the Feywild.
And he squints at
He's
you, and he
just
says,
he's just a dude.
he squints at you. He says, and he squints at you. He kind of like grips his short sword, white knuckle. He says, "First you steal my drink, then you murder my friend. I don't know what you want, but if you wanted to make it personal, you've succeeded."
How long has it been since this whole group got back to the
This is
tavern?
about the time. This is about the time that you're finishing your magic missile scroll.
He's like, I finished my spell.
It's like, oh man, it's just a long day of studying. I
So
hope I didn't
it's
miss
been
anything.
close to about 40 minutes since everyone arrived.
Hey,
And
No mercy.
keep in mind, you also, when you exit the rooms, you come down this staircase because they actually exit externally. So you're going to come out to seeing Mim facing down this guy and Adunbi overlooking. And there's a dead body directly at Mim's feet, bleeding out on the
I don't-
ground.
I don't even know these guys are back yet.
Correct.
So-
I'm just saying this is what you witness as you come down the stairs. This
Dude.
guy is straight up murked.
Can I get in there?
Yes. So what did you wanted to walk up to the dead body?
Yeah,
Ghost bunny.
I'm gonna cast Cure Wounds.
Okay.
So he gets back.
So, Mim, you're staring down this guy. He's got a sword. Sten walks up and casts Cure Wounds. How much are you healing him for?
He gets 8 points.
8 points. All right. The knife wound in his neck closes. His blood is still soaked on his chest, and he's still pretty pale. But he kind of gasps back to life. And he... What?
See, I didn't kill your friend. I was just trying to scare you guys because you hurt my feelings.
I think maybe this is a big misunderstanding.
The big one kind of looks at you and says, "And where would that misunderstanding be?" The one on the floor kind of scampers out from underneath Mim, looking at himself and very shocked at the fact that he just died and is no longer dead, but his blood is on his shirt, and last thing he remembers, he was talking to a Doonbee. So he's gathering himself.
I'm gonna get up and stretch and call Doctor Who and just kind of walk down.
You witness a blood.
Expecting to go to the tavern.
This is the scene that you see.
I'm just gonna kind of stop and stand at the bottom of the stairs and just kind of see what happens. Cause like, let's be real, I'm not surprised.
I'm not surprised. But what can I do?
I would have stepped forward when he said hide in the shadows like a little bitch or whatever he said about it.
Yeah, like a fucking coward.
Yeah, that would have pissed me off.
I only do that when I have an important job to finish.
To be fair, he was like, "You guys want to settle this? Let's settle this," and then Mim just fucking pounced on him.
Started to.
So, anyway, so Sten heals the one, and the other one turns to Sten, and where might this misunderstanding be? He's still like death grip on his sword, and one eye is on you, but he is constantly glancing back at Mim.
If you're going to fight, don't use any knives.
Are you saying that to me?
Out loud. Just generally
Oh.
allowed.
Don't use any knives.
Looks at Mim, looks at you. I think that option was lost when she stabbed my friend in the neck.
I don't see a stab wound.
Oh.
Gaslighting Bunny. It never happened. This was all a dream.
He kind of ponders for a sec. Fine. Holds out the sword, drops it, looks at Mim. Let's see if you are actually a creature of honor. Drop your weapons. We'll settle this the old-fashioned way.
I kind of get Sten and whisper and be like, "What the frick are you doing?"
What are you doing? And I'm gonna walk forward, and I'm gonna try and escort this guy a little bit out of the brawl.
He's
guy that just
he's
died.
gonna just he's so shocked he's gonna let you. Where like he's pretty he's I don't know how familiar you guys are with the states of actually being in shock, but he's full on like not really gathering what's happening. He is very much attempting to process the fact that his own shirt is soaked with his own blood, and he died and is no longer dead. Like, that information is all attempting to process, and he is very overloaded. So wherever you put him, he's just gonna let you drag him. Not quite catatonic, but very
Put him like, yeah, that's perfect. Because I want to look out for Vasili while I'm out here.
Oh, I forgot about that.
Yeah, who's coming any minute.
I'm gonna kind of circle around the perimeter and go over and stand by Sten.
all right.
I hate me.
I do want to fight though. I gotta be real.
So,
Fisticuffs.
Mim,
I just want to see Mim beat people up with her bare
right?
hands. Honestly,
I don't have any.
I feel like you can do it.
No,
I believe.
he's looking at you, Mim. So, what's it gonna be?
I'm gonna hand my rapier or my rapier to a Doonbee. Drop it. You can drop it.
I'll hold on to it for you.
Thank you. I'm a little bit nervous because I'm.
He takes the dagger off his belt and tosses it in the sand and looks back at you again, waiting.
and I'll take off my sword and my spear. Okay, all right. Are you ready? Are we gonna do this or what? Can I tell if he has any other sharp tools?
He's got a bow on his back, but he takes that off and drops that as well. Just one by one. He drops one thing, he waits for you to drop, he drops one thing. You cut out.
I said, okay, then we're good.
All right. Roll me initiative.
Ooh.
Just Mim.
Am I able to do something before that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh wait.
Well, you gave her
I-
inspiration already too. Don't forget.
Yeah.
When I walk up, I'm gonna pretend to point like at her belt as she's giving the swords away to a Doonby, and I'm just really gonna quick tap. I'm gonna do enhance ability, bear's endurance. So you get.
Let's go.
What?
Not that many, but 5 temporary hit points.
Hell yeah. Okay.
Let's go.
Okay. And then inspiration. Do I reroll or do I add for?
No, so you get a D6 on any attack roll, saving throw, or ability check, and let me know when you use it, because there's different effects. But
Okay. My initiative is 2. Oh wait, no. Can I? Ah, never mind. It is not 2. It is 11.
What is 11?
My initiative's 11.
Got it. Sorry. I'm double checking one thing.
I was so scared because I was like, dang, I rolled a 2, and then I forgot I have +9 to initiative, so that's cool.
I was gonna say
Plus
you definitely took
that.
alert feat.
Yeah.
insane.
All right.
Speediest rogue to ever rogue.
So you got an 11. He goes first. He's going to roll his shoulders back and be like, "You started it. You start this too." And he's gonna hold.
What a nice guy.
Aw.
Wow. I feel a little guilty now.
Don't feel guilty. Follow through. Punch him.
Don't die.
Yeah. Just,
20 hit points.
How do I?
So you roll. So you roll the hit and add your strength.
So I got 14.
Okay. So you're gonna land a punch. You do 1 plus your strength modifier. It's an unarmed strike, so you do 1 damage plus your strength.
1 damage? That's 1 damage then.
Okay.
I don't have strength. Who are you?
So you fly up and you give him a punch, and it jerks his face a little bit. Then he rolls his shoulder, goes.
And then, because is that my action?
That is your action.
My bonus action, I'm gonna disengage,
Fly into the sky.
and I'm gonna fly straight up.
Hold on.
yes.
Oh, never mind.
All right.
You
So you
That's awesome.
disengage.
But
You fly up into the air. He's gonna look up and be like, "I knew you had no honor." And he's gonna pick up his weapons and he's gonna walk back inside.
ah,
I'm gonna
Wait,
kind of lean into Sten and be like,
Actually, that's not true. He's gonna walk over to his friend. He's gonna pick up his weapons and walk over to his friend.
Oh, damn it.
And he's gonna kind of slap him in the face and be like, "Hey," and they're gonna, "You okay?" And he's gonna be totally shocked and he's like, "Yeah, come on." Lifts his arm over his shoulder and like carries him back towards the tavern. Looks up. "Remember this, Pixie. I hope." He looks up and he says, "Remember this, Pixie, and I think you've learned a lot about yourself today." And he spits in the dirt, walks inside.
as they're walking away, I'm gonna cast Prestidigitation and clean that guy's shirt.
As he's walking, the blood kind of melts off, and he kind of takes a glance and glances back and sees you casting the spell and kind of nods in your direction. The other ones to shocked to speak.
I just died.
And
Can I, as
I-
they go in,
mhm.
can I hold the door for them? But then as the big guy goes through, just be like, princess. And if I
he's
need
gonna
to roll intimidation, I will.
No, I don't think he's not gonna be intimidated. He's gonna look at you, and he's gonna be like, "One to talk with the company you keep," and walk back inside.
Damn.
And Irina is gonna be standing on the porch watching all of this.
Is there a tree nearby?
Not nearby or in the middle of a city. I don't think there's one on the grounds. Let me double check the map. But I don't believe so. No.
You know, I think I have poison from the bone grinder.
Blow point.
No.
My babe's like, I'll remember this.
Anyway. I'm just flying. I'm just still up 30 feet in the air and kind of just like stunned a little bit.
About 20 feet in the air because you had to move towards him
Wait.
too.
You're right. 20 feet in the air.
You know,
And-
I am feeling a bit peckish. You think those friends of Andar still are up for dinner or food? Or did you say we had dinner with someone today? Yes.
We are meeting someone in the tavern, yes.
Ah, yes. Oof.
I'm just gonna
How
look
long-
around
how long do you think
to
they'll be?
everyone and be like, "So, how was your trip to the toy shop?"
Oh, it was fascinating. I talked to them.
Supercharged.
slowly fly to the ground.
You okay, man?
Oh, yeah, thanks for having my back.
Of course.
Irina's gonna
Hungry.
walk up, and you can tell that she is a little tense, and also kind of. She seems not only tense, but also slightly disappointed. You can tell that she's got like some. She disapproves of everything that just occurred, and she kind of leans in as the group is regathering and says, "Maybe if we wanted to keep a low profile, then picking fights with random townsfolk is not the play. I don't know what you guys do in your pastimes, but last
Hey,
I checked, you murdered one of my townspeople, and then I just watched as you murdered a second. Is this going to be a common
He
thing?"
murdered a townsperson?
Irina does not know that.
Ismark told her.
I mean, yes, Mike
Oh.
definitely would have told her, yeah.
Ismark was there,
know-
and
I
Ismark
did
was
no
not.
such thing.
Ismark, they had a whole fight about it because Ismark was uncomfortable with giving Irina's safety as a charge to you guys, and you assured him
Alright.
that you guys would be better. And Irina wanted to leave. And now Irina has witnessed firsthand you guys murdering a random
I
townsfolk.
feel like Irina's metagaming.
I turned to Irina and like, I did no such thing.
And I say, hey, they grabbed me. I didn't start the fight.
It did not have to end in the murder of someone, though.
He shook me around.
He didn't kill you.
He very much well could have though.
Yeah.
Can never be
I'm
too
gonna-
sure of
I'm
these
gonna-
references.
No, I just don't understand why people gotta be so rude all the time. And it's like, they take everything so seriously. And it's like, I just don't understand people, okay? And then I fly away.
Oh no! Wait. While you're doing that, I'm gonna. I don't have a charge of performance creation, so I gotta use a spell slot. But I'm gonna create a acorn stuffed animal the size of Mim.
Acorn?
Yeah, giant acorn.
Okay.
Little plush, maybe a little smiley face on it.
Mm-hmm.
Is that
Yeah, and you just take that as you leave, I guess.
If you like acorns.
Which she
Do you
does.
like acorns? Do you like acorns?
Because I talk to my acorn friend.
Yeah, then
I take it and I run away, and I leave. I go around this.
damn you and your acorn bribery.
Yeah, and I crumble away, and I like take it and I run. Fly.
It lasts 2 hours. I don't know how long you'll be gone for, but
2 hours.
mm-hmm. I want another one.
I'll be
Can
gone
I-
2 hours.
Can I go back in and sit at our table at the seat closest to them, facing away from them? Like,
Yeah.
I'm not gonna fuck with them at all, and I'm just gonna sit there and just see what happens.
All right, are you like listening to their conversation, or are you just minding your own business?
Half and half. You know, like, you know what I'm trying to say. Like, I'm not trying to
Yeah.
interrupt them in any way, but I'm definitely like just reading the room per se.
Gotcha. Everyone is clearly tense, and seeing the other two walk in and then you, there's like clearly, everyone's kind of glancing, everyone's very wary. Danica is kind of glowering a little bit behind the bar, but is also visibly glad that nothing happened in the bar. As far as you can hear, the big one's checking on the other one of like, hey, you feeling okay? Like, here, drink up, you'll feel better. I'm
Gotcha.
sorry you went
All
through
right.
that type deal.
Two bros.
Dimi's gonna say
Chilling at a table because they're not dead.
Dimi's gonna say to Alistair, how long do you think it will take this man to get here? Is he always late?
I mean, we just met him yesterday.
This morning.
This morning, actually. Definitely glad he didn't witness whatever that was.
This is not a good look for him.
As you guys, keep in mind, it's only about 5:45, so it's still like standard dinner time, and you guys didn't set a hard cap.
Hey, I eat dinner early.
Fair enough. But Irina kind of leans in and goes, so, who is this man that we're meeting, and what exactly is the purpose of this dinner?
Oh, over here? Over there.
Oh, well, is the group separated? Or, so Doonby went and sat down.
I'm assuming we're just gonna, just for brevity's sake, I'm assuming that
Everyone comes back in and sits
so-
down.
Mim left.
Yeah, she went upstairs.
Flew away. I don't know. Did she fly up to like the window or something, or did she just fly away?
She went upstairs. Well, she went up the stairs. Are you going back to the room?
I want to see if there's a nearby tall tree.
I mean, you're in the middle of town, so there's not
Look
really.
like trees. Look at, there are bushes and grass. Like, what's this?
Well,
Not-
there's
these aren't
grass,
trees?
but those aren't actual full trees. It's like it's grassy areas near the building.
I think in general we're gonna try to like sit down, and then after a while of Mim not showing up, and Doomby's probably gonna go look for Mim.
I'm hiding under the bed.
Sten and Anda, are you guys coming in?
I want to wait for Vasili.
Got it.
See.
I want to try and catch him before the other two guys notice that we have a guest.
Got it. And then Andar, what's your
No.
plan?
Hang out with Sten.
Cool. So then Irina would probably stay out with you guys and kind of be like, so who is it that we're meeting and what is the purpose of this?
We were approached by Vasili Van Holtz. Do you know the name?
No, I remember we discussed. I don't recognize his family name.
So, I suppose it's more out of curiosity. He was reading a book about vampire hunters. So I was wondering if we could maybe make slight friends with him enough to talk about the book, or maybe have him loan us the book.
Understood. And you said?
And then at the end of the dinner, we send him off to Father Lucian with our decision to help.
And you said that he's been coming around town a great deal, yes?
Yes, and everyone I've spoken with is has positive but very generic things to say about him. So I was curious. You know, when someone has such a good but empty reputation, it seems, I don't know, suspect. But no one truly knows enough about him.
Well,
So I say we tread lightly, but he did read the book out in the open, so
well, no better person to ask than the source then. Sorry, I'm pulling up the if you're okay, this is getting sketchy. I'm attempting to find excerpts of this book.
oh, you recall.
Well, to be so as Irina is definitely familiar with the name Van Richten as an author. She knows that Van Richten is a famous vampire hunter, and I believe they also discussed with you as such that she's familiar with the name but doesn't know much about the man.
But I procured, I don't know how much more wine. It could just be an extra glass. But I was tipped off of the fact that he does not drink much, which makes me a little bit more curious of why he needs to keep things so close to the chest. I don't know.
The secret,
Perhaps-
what is it?
Perhaps he doesn't drink. I mean, that is not terribly uncommon a pastime, but it could be that he has something to hide as well. You would know better. You're the one who's met him. But I presume that we can find out whenever he arrives.
Did we see a Doomby run off to go look for him?
Yeah, I sat down for a bit, like a couple minutes, and then I probably would have just said to Alistair, like, I'm going to go check on him. I'll be right back.
Sounds good.
Just because, like, I assume that we're like waiting for the guy to get here. So
Yeah, after about 5-10 minutes, you're able to run up.
yeah, I'm just gonna knock on the door. Hello?
She just stepped away.
Oh, well then we'll come back to me later.
Can't find her.
I can't find her. I've looked everywhere.
Soliloquy, do it!
Once when I was a small boy. I won.
Okay.
Will I ever have a time to talk to a camera by myself?
You know, and I'm still working on your sonnet.
Ah, I'd forgotten about that.
I'm imagining we're going to visit that camp to the west again.
Yes,
think
I
that
would
might be
imagine so. If
A good place to debut.
it could be around a fire with friends.
Oh, yes. The perfect place.
All right, so as you guys are discussing, you hear friends, and up walks Vasili, emerging from the crowded street, and recognizes Sten from his blanket outfit, and says, "Oh, is this one of your compatriots? You mentioned that you traveled with more. These two. Oh, and who is this lovely lady?" He like reaches his hand
And I'll
out.
say,
Vasili von
My
Holtz.
name's Andar.
And a pleasure to meet you, Andar. And Irina kind of is taken aback. Vasili does like a full like half bow and puts his hand out the back. Vasili von Holtz at your service, and might I say it is a pleasure to meet such a wondrous sight. And Irene is kind of caught off guard, a little bit flustered, and says, "Yes, pleasure to meet you. I've heard about you from Sten here." And Vasili turns his attention to Sten. "So have you made a decision in regards to Father Lucian? Will you be assisting?"
I think we should chat more about that over some food.
Yes, of course. Let us head inside. And let me pull his token onto the page. Meanwhile,
Evil.
upstairs, Adunbi, you knock on the door.
Hello, are you there? Ma'am? Hello?
Oh my God! Look at that jawline. Sorry. Jesus.
Does she keep quiet?
Yeah.
Okay.
But you can kind of hear soft, muffled kind of crying.
Oh. Can I come in?
I guess so.
And Adumi will come in and be like, "What's wrong?"
And I'm under the bed, but
Oh. He's like, he'll sit next to the bed, just like facing the other way. Like, "What's wrong?"
can't do anything right.
What do you mean? What do you mean? You won your fights.
I don't think I won that.
Well, who says you're doing something wrong?
Well, everything I do just ends in chaos. And I don't mean to. I just don't know why, like, everything is wrong all the time.
Is chaos such a bad thing?
I don't know. I thought it was great. But it's like, every time I'm around actual people and, like, in, you know, cities and things, it's like, no one appreciates my chaos.
Well, I would say that if you enjoy being yourself, then you should be yourself. You shouldn't make other people make you feel bad. I think you are just fine the way you are.
Thanks, Doomby.
No worries. But the one thing I'll say is, you know, you are a lot stronger than you seem, so try to hold back a little bit on the weak.
Okay. It's so frustrating because it's like, no one takes me seriously, and then they don't understand, like, that it hurts when they always think I'm just a weak little fairy.
Well, there's a lot of people that are just ignorant. They haven't explored the world and seen things. So you have to give them a little bit of slack. But the more you travel, the more people you'll meet. So just give it time.
Okay. Have you traveled a lot? And at this point, I kind of am like starting to like crawl a little bit out from under the bed, just like peek my head up towards it there.
Well, I haven't traveled a lot, but I wanted to go to a lot of places. Spent a lot of time by myself trying to understand what I want from the world, what I want from people. I'm still learning. But the life is about the journey.
I pull out an acorn, one of them. I whisper to it, and then I like listen for a second, and I whisper, and then I reach out my acorn, and I reach it to give it to a Doombi.
It's like, is it okay if I have this?
Yeah, you're very wise, and my acorns are also very wise. I feel like you guys would get along.
Oh, thank you. Maybe I'll be able to sit down and have a nice little chat with your acorns at some point. And I'll be friends.
That sounds nice.
Oh, well, you're feeling a little bit better. Maybe you can come down with me, get some food, talk, maybe get a drink, have a laugh.
Does anyone seem mad at me?
No, no one's mad at you. Why would anyone be mad at you? If anything, everyone is concerned. Just want to know if you're okay.
Okay, I'll come down. But give me 1 second.
Okay. Just let me know when you're ready. And he'll pocket the little acorn and he'll walk downstairs.
Can I rummage through my disguise kit and see if I have any like a hat or wig or something I can put on?
Oh yeah.
Put it on. So what do I have? Probably a hat or a wig. Probably a
What
wig.
would you prefer?
Did I give Irina a wig?
You used some of your disguise kit to disguise Irina.
You should dress up as a big acorn.
A big old It's a beret. I have a beret I put on. It's my confidence beret.
All right. So do you like put your hair up in it, or do you just put it on top of your head?
I just put it on top.
All right. So you just put on a beret and head downstairs. All right. So
disguise.
The rest of you are downstairs. It'll be a little bit before Doombi and Mim end up joining. But so Vasili kind of like you guys walk up to the door, and Vasili kind of opens it up and knocks. And Danica goes, "Oh yes, Vasili, come in. I heard that you were joining this group here." And she kind of like half glances at the rest of you, kind of uncertain how she feels about the events that just transpired. For dinner. And Vasili, yes. I would like to buy everyone here a round of some of the stew and a little bit of the hog, and then let us see how many are joining. And he counts. He goes. He sees Sten. He recognizes Alistair. He sees Andar, and Irina. And he goes. So let's take five steins of ale, please. That would be a great start. And she goes and she starts pouring. He sets gold on the counter, and she brings out the steins. He takes them from her and comes and sits down at the table. And you see one of the boys rush to the back to get some of the food for you guys. And he sits down and says, "All right, so tell me about what you are thinking. Father Lucian is in fairly dire straits, and I believe that he wants a solution fairly quickly. Before I heard that the evening services are not quite going as planned, and so he is concerned that word will be spreading soon. Have you made this decision?"
I think we're pretty close. I'm gonna take a sip of the wine, and I'm gonna use Mage Hand to drop it in front of the guy with the headband.
You got the headband?
Yep. He's the guy who died.
Oh. Just like move it over to him?
Yep. I'm gonna
or
take
like
one
spill
sip. I'm gonna give it to him.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
We just keep attacking these guys.
So you take a sip,
yeah.
and then you float it over there, and it lands in front of him. And they kind of look over.
I'm not gonna break eye contact with Vasili.
Got it. So it's gonna sit there, and then the hand's gonna dissipate, and they're both gonna see it and look around, but they're not gonna necessarily know that it was you. Although Vasili's gonna clock that you did it. That is a fancy trick you have there.
Yes, it's that one. I'm calling the apology.
Let me order you another one. And he kind of motions over, and one of the boys comes over with a plate full of steins, and he takes one and gives the boy a coin.
We've made ourselves quite busy in the 2 days we've been here, but I think we are willing to help.
Well, that's wonderful news, because I know Father Lucian could use it. About this time is when Adunbi's going to come back down. So Adunbi, you see this man sitting. He's got this fairly like dramatic cape over his shoulders. This kind of double-breasted jacket with a red inseam and kind of blue, dark navy blue on the outside with kind of a red fabric sewn on the inside on the folded over little neck section. Very well kempt, clearly well off, but not like ostensibly rich. And kind of carries himself with an air of confidence, seems very comfortable in the space, and chatting with the group. And as you approach, he kind of looks up and says, "Oh, is this another one of your friends?"
Yes, welcome in. Welcome in, Adunbi.
Why, hello. Did we already get food yet, or no?
We've only just ordered.
Hungry. Oh, okay.
I am happy to treat. I ordered some stew and a little bit of the roast hog, but if you'd like, I can order a little bit more.
I can never say no to an offer.
All right, what is that you'd like? The pie is delicious if you haven't tried it yourself.
The pie? I don't think I've ever had pie before.
All right, he kind of
love some pie.
Motions over, and another one of the boys runs over, and he's like, "Let us get 2 slices of the pie, 1 berry, and if we could have one of the nuts, that would be wonderful." And he puts 2 coins on the tray, and the boy rushes off.
Well, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt the conversation.
No, not at all. We were just discussing how it appears that you will be assisting the church with their plight.
Oh, yes. I think we were happy to do that, right?
Yes, but on a more discreet level. The father doesn't really want the news getting out.
Yes, if we can keep the mission under wraps, I know that the Father Lucian would be very appreciative. He doesn't want word to get out that the church is vulnerable by any means. And about this point is when Mim comes down, and Vasili kind of is taken back a little bit and says, "Oh, you have quite a large group, and I can't say I'm familiar with what exactly." I don't mean to be rude, but you're clearly not human. Where are you from?
That's very rude, by the way.
I apologize. I'm not sure what the standard procedure would be in a situation like this.
Yes, I can take this. You ask them for their name. Is usually how it goes.
Of course. Apologies. What is your name?
It's Mim.
Mim, it is wonderful to meet you. And I don't believe I caught yours either. He kind of gestures at you, Adunbi.
Oh, I think Sten said my name. I came up.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, right. He did say. That's right. I'm sorry. Adunbi, Mim, Sten, Alistair. And then that leaves... And he gestures at you, Andar.
Ah, right. You were too busy looking at others when I introduced myself. My name's Andar.
Yes, apologies. I believe I was distracted by your other lovely party member. And your name was, and she says, yes, Irina. Oh no, she wouldn't know. I'm sorry.
Mouth Rosavalda.
What was the name? Yeah, we Rosavalda. And she kind of tenses a little bit and says, Rosavalda. Oh, a lovely name. You remind me of someone, but I can't quite put my finger on it. Maybe I'll think on it, but It is a pleasure to meet you, Roosevelt. And so, are all of you going to be assisting with the church?
I don't see why not.
In some capacity, sure.
The more the merrier, right?
Well, then, no use in waiting. Let's get started. And as he's speaking, the boar and the stew come out, and they're set on the table, and it's clearly like freshly roasted. Just smells wonderful. Clearly has like some spices and a little bit of sugar. Kind of glazed across the top of the meat, and then the stew is just steaming, and you can see all those fresh vegetables kind of just floating in the broth. He says, "Please help yourself. You eat. I will discuss what we know." So, I know Father Lucian discussed with Alistair and Sten here when they had the visit with the priest, but I'm losing my accent. What we know is that beneath the church there, and he lowers his voice very quietly, beneath the church there were a set of bones that protected the church and all of the air around from any sort of unholy activity or transgressions. And just a few nights ago, the bones went missing. Somebody appears to have broken in by force and taken them. The only ones who knew of the bones' existence prior to the theft were the father himself, and he managed to impart the information to one of the parish boys there. Father Lucian has questioned the boy, but the boy does not seem to want to share his source. Father Lucian is concerned that if the word gets out that the bones are missing, then it will be well known that the church is vulnerable. And considering the church is considered to be one of the safest places in the city, especially considering the more untoward nature of much of the town guard, he does not want to cause any sort of panic.
Do I feel like there's more he's not telling us?
Roll me an insight check.
Can never trust humans.
How long has it been since we had the kerfuffle?
At this point, it's been about 30 minutes, and the tavern is definitely like loosened up. The hunters at this point are packing up their stuff. It's evident that they are done for the evening and don't really want to be here, especially with you sitting at the table right next to them. But they walk up and they pay for their food, and you also see them leave a sack of meat on the counter, which Danica takes and puts underneath. And then one of the boys comes and takes and carries to the back. The rest have seemingly kind of, at least mostly forgotten, but every once in a while they kind of glance your way, just keeping an eye on you guys. And also, as Vasili's telling his story, every once in a while somebody will come up and clap him on the shoulder and be like, "Vasili, it's good to see you." And he'll buy someone a drink or wave to somebody at another table, but really trying to, like, anytime someone approaches, he stops and he kind of diverts the conversation to be like, "And that is how I learned the sport of pickleball." "Oh, yes, of course. Hello." Very much maintaining like a radar of, if anybody gets too close, I don't want anyone to hear this conversation.
It's on the down low.
But he's relaying information kind of scattered amongst interruptions. And he's polite, but keeps them all brief.
Did we do the insight?
I got 19.
19. So everything he's telling you matches with what you've been told, and he doesn't appear to. He's very loose. He's very comfortable. He doesn't appear tense or nervous in any way, which would be typical of somebody who is lying. You don't know him super well, so it's tough to tell if he would be withholding anything. But his kind of laid back nature doesn't seem to give you set off any red flags.
Guy.
Now, I guess suppose if we're done talking about business, what is it that you do, Vasili? You seem to know truly everybody.
Oh well, I come around a lot. You could say I'm a bit of a regular in town and in the tavern. I've made a lot of friends over my time here.
And I understand you're not from the town.
No, I live I live a little bit to the east, about a day's journey.
And I'll in like a little bit hushed tone, but not super quiet. And I come to understand you're studying vampire hunting.
Ah, yes, you spotted my book. He kind of chuckles. He says, "As I said, I am attempting to study my enemy. The more you know."
The more you know.
I mean, I'm sure we would appreciate, I don't know, pieces of the book in general. I collect stories, more or less.
He thinks for a moment and he says, "Well, I have read it more than once. It can't hurt." And he takes it out of his bag and he sets it on the table, and I will pop this link into our chat. And he pops a book on the table that's titled Van Richten's Guide to Vampire Hunting.
I'm pretty sure I told everyone about that. If you was reading
Yeah,
that.
I think you have. I remember that. I remember the vampire hunting book. Vampire hunter.
He kind of surreptitiously slides it across the table, keeping his hand over the cover so that nobody can see what it's titled.
I'll look to everybody.
If you'd like to take a look, feel free. Eventually I would probably like it back, but I have read it more than once, so no harm, no foul.
I'll just look to everyone at the table. Does anybody mind?
I mean, doesn't this seem very useful for what we're about to do?
It seems supremely useful.
How
But
convenient.
what you are about to do?
It looks to Stun. Are we supposed to keep this a secret?
Take long journeys. You need a lot of reading material when you're traveling.
I don't know if you've heard the whispers in the musings, but we've run into a vampire boy.
A vampire boy. And where was this?
Oh, better to keep things close to the chest, don't you think? Don't want secrets coming out?
Well, is it a threat to the town? Should I be concerned? I want to make
No.
sure the church is protected and that my friends here are safe.
Well, look, he's safe, right?
Going to lean over and whisper to Sten, as I'm sitting right next to him. The father knew.
I wouldn't worry about it. We have all of the answers here, right?
And when you say all of the answers, what are you referring to exactly?
I'm gonna put my hand and tap on the book.
Ah, yes. As I said, feel free if you'd like to borrow it. I'd probably like it back, but... But yes, if any sort of vampire activity is to approach Velaki, please. I know there are a number of people who would appreciate such warning.
No, I don't think Velaki's in danger. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to dour our mood.
Yeah, he's tensed up a little bit, you can tell.
Like, this pie is amazing.
It is a wonderful pie.
Who am I?
Oh, is this all the information that we need, by the way? Do we need anything else?
Well, I suppose we have a good starting point. We've been alerted that the Yeska, I believe, is
Yes, Yeska is the parish boy. He's the one who
he's
knew
pretty
of the
keen on
location.
pastries. So, if the pie truly is as good as you say, maybe that's where we start.
It is a creative solution.
You don't happen to have any idea what to do next? I'm totally lost.
In
I
regards
should
to
stop using this voice. I'm not actually talking to you. I'm talking out loud to myself. Have you lost your mind?
I'm confused.
Like halfway through that, I forgot what I was gonna say, and I just didn't stop doing the voice.
Gotcha. Okay, cool. I was like, am I supposed to answer this?
I fucking love that. I kind of wish like Stan just like did that, like just talk to himself.
Just trail off.
He's just like,
I think
have
maybe
you
it's
lost your
time for
mind? And like, who are you talking to? The ghost of Rabbit's past.
You know, I don't want to invite us to your abode, but maybe we deliver the book when we're finished. A nice visit where you're staying.
That could be possible.
I feel like that would be lovely.
Well,
Of course, if we're invited, after all.
I mean, you'd be absolutely welcome. Let's do this. If you're not finished with it in the next few days, if I'm not able to catch you before you leave town, let me know, and then we'll arrange a meeting. I'm in town more often than I am at home, and so I imagine we'll be dealing with a lot of each other over the next few days.
I mean, who knows? You know, if our paths keep crossing, then why have you even enlisted our help, right?
Well, to be fair, I just met you, inviting you into my home. I am always welcome to new friends, but letting people who I have just met know the location of my home, you can understand how that could be dangerous.
Are you not trusting of us, Vasili?
I have no reason not to trust you, but to be fair, I have no reason to trust you yet either. Beyond your willingness to help the father, which I appreciate and is definitely a generous sentiment. I know very little of you.
I suppose likewise.
That is true, but I am an open book. Do you have questions?
Yeah, where do you live? No.
How did you get into vampire hunting?
Well, let's just say, I have some history with vampires that does not sit well with me. I have made it my mission to learn more about them.
All right, your turn. Ask us a question.
All right. What brings you to Vallaki?
Well, we were just following the road, and as it winds, so too did the gates open to us. Although, I can't say I had the pleasure of meeting the gods.
Meeting the gods?
They're truly the most yes, I resemble, I suppose, a common pet for these people, and they don't enjoy the fact that I talk, apparently.
Understood. He kind of peeks under the hood. Is your predicament improved?
It's off. It's off.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, right, because you have the image up. He says,
I never reviewed. I would had this guy's self the whole morning with him.
Oh, right. He did Alistair's. So he turns to Alistair. He kind of like leans over. Has your predicament improved at all?
No. It's our turn for a question.
Oh, apologies. By all means.
Alistair?
Is that your question? Because I'm not sure I can answer that question.
Not sure I have one right now, Sten.
Anybody else? I'm sure I can think of one.
Irina kind of leans forward and says, "So, you mentioned that you come to Vallaki often. Yes, of course. It is probably my most frequented point of travel. What can you tell us of the local politics? I know of Lady Wachter, and I know Baron Velakovich. I know of their family histories, but I can't say I've made either of their acquaintance, and it appears that there are some rumors about town of some sort of tension there. Is there any way that you could potentially enlighten us on some of that?" Yes, well, I will say I try and stay out of local politics, but for you, I suppose I could elaborate on my knowledge.
How hot is Irina?
Objectively?
Mm-hmm. This is the third time he's hit on her.
Probably like an 8.5 out of 10. Like she's good looking. Like it wouldn't be uncommon for people to hit on her, but it's not like she's like everyone in the room turns to look at her, you know?
Strahd confirmed.
Strahd confirmed.
Evelyn. Yeah?
Gonna start slapping people every single time they hit on Irina.
Can I do an insight check to see if is he answering her question, or is he trying to make the room about them?
Define make the room about them.
You know when you're like, it's just you.
I see. Okay. That's fair. Roll that, and I'm gonna answer for. I'm gonna finish his answer. So, he says, "What I know is that Lady Wachter is fairly open and fairly loud in her criticism of the Baron. That is, her opinion is not well kept as a secret. She very much disapproves of his leadership and believes that his leadership is only secured by his birthright, not by his capability. And the opinion of the townsfolk of the Baron varies. Some are a fan of his and his festivals. Some believe that his festivals to be a waste of time, and that his militaristic approach to the guard and his kind of willingness to look the other way when they go over the line is less than admirable. He also tends to be fairly generous with his punishment of those who are outspoken against him or are promoting malcontent, if you will. He believes that his festivals will save the people. Meanwhile, Lady Wachter, I do not know a lot of the details, but in my conversations with her, she has mentioned it seems that she wants to take action against the Baron, and is trying to organize some movements that could potentially threaten his power in the city. She holds a book club, as she calls it, in order to arrange her movements and coordinate her efforts.
Mm-hmm.
What was your insight?
13.
So he's clearly, like, even from his overt flirting, you can tell that he's paying a little more attention to her than the rest of the group. But his answer is direct to her question. and it nothing about it. As you're not necessarily familiar with Lady Wachter or the Baron, you don't have any evidence that would prove or disprove what he's saying, other than the rumors that you've heard, and it all seems to be fairly in line with things that you've heard. So you think it, as far as you know, he's answering honestly, and as far as his intentions, it does seem that he wants to impress Irina, both with his knowledge and with his thorough answer.
How soon can we get started on helping the father?
I'm sure he would appreciate help as soon as possible. The evening services are almost over. Sunset will fall soon, so if we are going to do something today, we do not have a great deal of time before the guards will be a little more strict in the travel of the streets. But it is not impossible, and a head start never hurts. But if you wanted to wait till tomorrow, that is also an option.
Well, I mean, do you guys have anything else to do today?
I'm pretty tired.
You're pretty tired. From what?
Just a lot of walking, I suppose. A lot of thinking.
Were you traveling a great deal today?
Yes and no. I suppose
we, if you want.
I think maybe it's best I stay in.
I have a very strong back.
I think actually I'm catching a cold.
A cold? Okay. Well, I'll get you checked up in upstairs.
Stay in, Sten. I understand he's making joke, yes?
I don't think that was a joke.
Oh. Well,
Yes.
then never mind.
Oh, let me go get you checked up on upstairs. You seem very under the weather.
Maybe it was just too much wine. You know how those things go.
I'm sorry for cutting our visit short, but I had to check on my friend.
All right. Well, I will wait here. Let me know what you decide. As I said, tomorrow is an option, but I know that the father is concerned of timeline. So, whatever you decide, let me know. And then he turns to the rest of you at the table. Will you be continuing to join me for more food?
I'll stick around for a while longer.
I'm always in for more food.
Then another round. And he gestures over, and more plates are brought, more drinks are bought, and he lays more coin on the counter. And you can tell he's being very generous. At this point, he's probably spent over 30 golds on the table alone, let alone the drinks he's bought for certain passerby that he recognizes.
And I appreciate his generosity.
Why is he so rich?
Because he's got a Von in his last name. They're always
There it
rich.
No, the Vons. The Vons.
Okay, you know that run you make when you really gotta go poop? Like that just, oh god. That's what I'm trying to do, because I feel like my spell is ending.
Mm-hmm.
I'll try fucking hightail it out of here.
Oh my
Now,
god.
try and make it back to the room.
Yeah, you're fine. Well,
It's only
when did
an
you put it
hour,
up?
Before the fight.
Okay, yeah, you're close, but you're able
Yeah.
to make it. So you head up.
Vasili.
You are you just like chilling in the room?
I think Alistair's got something.
Vasili, what do you know of Rictavio?
Rictavio. Well, I know Rictavio is staying here at the inn. He's been in town for, I want to say 2 months. Friendly man. I can't say he is fairly forthcoming about himself beyond basic details. He says he is in town for a carnival. He came with a monkey, but gave it to the toy keeper in town, which if you have not met, lovely man, very funny. His name is Blinsky. He, the bard, he gave the monkey to the toy maker, I think, as a gesture of goodwill, but who knows. He has a wagon on the east side of town, and inside the wagon is a tiger that he feeds once a day. And he spends a great deal of time frequenting the tavern, feeding his horse out back, heading to the toy shop, and then heading over to the wagon to feed the tiger, and in cycles. I believe he also has spoken with the fisherman here and there. Bluto, if you have met him. He is a bit of a drunk, that one. But I would not consider them friends from what I have seen. It seems that the bard puts up with him, as the poor drunk bastard is not quite aware that the bard does not appreciate his company.
Yeah, ran into him. Didn't see like good company to keep.
No, he is a bit of a sketchy sort. I feel for the man. He's struggled, and I believe losing his fish as income was kind of the last straw to his mind giving in. I pity him.
Yeah, let's hope it's that.
But to answer your question, I know of Victavio. He is a bit of a mysterious fellow, though.
Interesting.
Seems to spin
thank
more
you.
tales than he tells truths. At least in my experience.
Good to know.
Does that make it my turn?
I believe it does.
Let us see. So, it is clear many of you are not from Barovia. I recognize
That's true.
the fine lady's accent, but the rest of you are clearly from elsewhere. How did you come to find Barovia? Very few actually come here unless for a purpose or intention, and many who do are brought here by forces with intent for them.
I would say, for me personally, it probably is along that line. One moment I was, we'll call it searching for a bounty. And the next, there was this great fog, and here I was.
Ah. All right, and the rest of you?
I just seem to have stumbled in. I don't remember much about the night, but I know that I just wandered around a bit, and here I was.
Interesting. Is this the case for all of you? Except, obviously, the fine lady.
Well, yeah, pretty much the same. I was just having dinner with my friends, and then weird mist, fog.
Adunbe, you in after Sten, yeah?
Yep.
Okay.
Have you heard anything like this happening before?
Well, as I said, you are not the first strangers to arrive in Barovia, but at least what I have found is strangers to Barovia generally do not last very long. So it is interesting that you are here. Oftentimes, as they find their way, it becomes clear that they were either brought here as playthings, or they never really figure out their purpose. Their paths seem quite short in my experience.
What do you mean, playthings?
Well, maybe he kind of looks around. Maybe not best to discuss here.
Where is best to discuss?
Perhaps somewhere more private, where we will not be overheard.
Room party.
Somewhere more private? Perhaps my private estate?
So are we gonna take this back to your place then?
As I said, my place is a little bit more than a day's travel. If we're going to help out
right.
Father Lucian, that is less than ideal.
Wait, so where is he staying then? Like a Do we know?
I own a property in town. Well, I shouldn't say own. I rent on frequent enough occasion that I might as well.
It's a hard market out here to own.
I have a place to stay if I need one. I have forgotten whose turn it is.
We're taking turns of asking questions. Is that what that was?
Mm-hmm.
So I just like to imagine that like everyone at the table is like, do we really have to talk to this guy?
I'm going to.
How
I'll
does
let
he
you
go?
guys
How does he
think
go?
for a minute, and the Doonby, so you head up and check on Stan.
Yeah.
Oh god, I feel like that was a close one.
Let's get you laid down.
Doonby, I'm not sick.
You're not sick? What?
No, my spell was ending.
I don't know why I didn't see that coming.
Sorry,
That makes
I thought I
sense.
had that excuse this morning, but maybe you had left already by that time.
You know, maybe sometimes I
It's
confess,
been a
sometimes
truly
I don't
long
pay-
day.
Sometimes I don't pay quite as much attention as I should.
That's all right. Are you suspicious of Vasili?
Suspicious of Vasili. Oh,
I don't know that I actually like him.
I'm not very suspicious of him. No, he seems like a decent person.
Well, I can tell you this. Being a bard myself, when you have things to hide, you buy off your friends. He spent more than 30 gold on us already.
Is that a bad thing?
When you're... yes. Yes. He's trying to impress too hard. I mean, this is half of our first meeting with him, right?
I guess so. I'm not quite sure. I figured, I don't know. If this is a bad thing, then we definitely should be worried about it, but I figured we could just take care of ourselves, you know, if anything bad happened.
I feel like I should go back to being suspicious of everybody.
Really?
Yes, because when we stop doing that, we seem to get pretty banged up.
Well, I feel like you guys are very capable, so I'm okay with whatever you decide.
Yeah,
So what do you feel like we should do today then? Just just rest up and stay in the tavern, or? Oh, I did have something that I wanted to say.
Sure, yes.
Didn't the tarot card say something about, what was it? Ghost look to the father's tomb?
Yes, Alistair and I...
A priest father?
Alistair and
I
I
don't know.
thought about that. But we thought maybe literally the father's tomb, so we checked out the father's tomb and pretty empty, empty bones. We found the fishhook in the note. Maybe we looked in the wrong spot.
The fishhook and the what?
It was a note. A little scroll of paper. It said, before the feast.
Before the feast.
So I had Pluto write in the sand. See if maybe he wrote it, but it wasn't even close.
So you don't think it has anything to do with Vasili's church father or anything like that?
I don't know. I mean, for the longest time, I thought Blinsky was the man with the monkey, and it turns out Rictavio's the man with the monkey.
Octavio. Well, what do you think the best thing to do today is then?
I'm actually pretty tapped myself. I mean, I suppose I could go out with the hood and everything, but
Well, let's get
there's
some
still
rest.
time. Still time before the late night mass.
That is true.
Unless, of course, he's too busy, Jeska, getting ready.
I don't think he's too busy.
He's quite eclectic. So eclectic. Very hard to say in this. I can promise you, once you get him talking, he won't stop. So, if you're to visit him, definitely sooner rather than later, before Father Lucian cuts him off.
Well, whatever you think is best
Thank
today.
you for the follow.
I think I'm down to follow
Welcome
that.
to the guild.
What about Mim? You checked on her? How is she?
Yes, I checked on Min. She was feeling a little bit distraught. But I think she's doing better now. I feel like
We've had a couple people now lash out. I
lash
don't
out.
know if it's a strange place or something is bothering them. We should try and carve out some time to get a little more personal.
Person.
But, tread on shallow water.
I think that's a good idea, yeah. I feel like, sorry, I'm not the best at making plans. Sometimes I get a little bit reckless. Or should I say restless?
Do we want to maybe peek out to the balcony, see how they're doing?
Okay. That sounds like a good idea to me. Why don't we go?
Can I try and stealth?
Yeah, you can try.
Stealth out to the balcony. To the balcony!
Stealth.
Does he get advantage since he's kind of transparent?
Stop it.
Are you wearing the blanket?
Yeah, of course I am.
Then no.
I got a 15.
All right. Adunbi, are you stealthing as well or no?
Yeah. Let me stealth. Stealth. It's an 11.
Right. You guys look over the railing and observe. Roll me a perception check, both of you.
What
Perception
time
check.
is it at this point?
At this point, it's about 7 p.m.
Perception check.
It's just about sundown.
Ooh, it's 12.
8.
All right. So, back at the table, Vasili looks around and kind of jokingly, so I will admit, I've lost track of whose turn it is.
I have too. Maybe that means we're a little bit too tired and we should meet you at the church tomorrow.
All right, well, shall I report back here in the morning? What time would you like me to come by? Afternoon? As I said...
I know that tomorrow we had some plans early in the morning around noon. How does a little after noontime sound?
We can try. I just hope that nothing happens in between now and then. But I will come, let's say 2 p.m.
Sounds good. And Vasili,
Yes.
I have more that I want to ask you, but I do agree that maybe somewhere more private at
Well-
some time. Doesn't have to be tonight.
Would you like to take a walk with me?
Sure.
All right. So then he says, well then, I will join Alistair on the quick jaunt before the guards get too active. And I will allow the rest of you to enjoy your evening. And he kind of stands up and he nods his head. It was a pleasure to meet you all. And he kind of like looks at Irina and especially you. And he says, if you would like, I let Danica know, and anything else that you would like, just put it on my tab. I will be back tomorrow. And thank you so much for your company and your assistance. And he looks to you, Alistair, says, I will allow you a moment, and I will meet you outside. And he stands up, kind of brushes himself off, and walks out. Everyone at the table, roll me a perception check as well.
Am I still at the table? Am I counted in that?
Yes, you're still there, unless you've left.
18.
21.
22.
Damn. 22.
All three of you, as he gets up and leaves, you notice two things. One, Irina kind of watches him go. And two, he ordered all of this food and drink, and he had a little bit of the food but didn't drink it all.
Very suspicious.
Like he ordered a drink for himself?
He ordered a drink for himself, but it is undisturbed.
What time is it?
It's about 7 p.m.
About 7 p.m. Would you say it's nightfall?
It's starting to be sundown.
Interesting. That is all.
I'm actually curious what your meaning is behind that question, because I'm trying to think of what would matter at nightfall other than like lycanthropy.
Partying, maybe?
Yeah, that's true. Partying.
Partying.
Hit the town.
Wait, so you said it is getting dark?
It's sunset. It's about 7 p.m.
Fun.
All right, I will. So the three of you at the table, you have a moment with each other, and then Adumbi and Sen, you witness this whole thing. I'm gonna use the restroom for 2 seconds. I'll be right back. Unless we all want to take a bathroom break for a minute.
Yeah, that sounds like a good idea.
Yeah, we could break for a
I
minute.
gotta take a
All
little
right,
break.
we'll take a quick break for the restroom, and then we'll be right back.
Partying, hey. Are you ready to rumble?
All right, let me start the music back up. So, you guys are at the table. Vasili stepped out. You have a moment to kind of touch base before Alistair leaves, if so chosen. What do you guys do?
Anything that you guys want me to ask particular?
This is a good question.
Adunbi and Stan are upstairs.
We're not there. Give him the chair.
A question that I cannot answer.
Stan, what'd you roll on stealth?
I rolled a 15.
Oh, I think that's higher than my passive.
I rolled
It
an
absolutely
11.
is. I didn't see you.
He's standing up and I'm laying down. That's what's happening.
Jimmy, you rolled 11?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll also look up and nod to you.
You see Alistair look up and nod at you.
I'm like, perfect. It's exactly what I needed.
Oh, you got the Alistair nod. Yes, nice.
Acknowledgement.
It's not like I can smile, right?
What's happening?
I just got a nod from Alistair.
Things must be doing well.
I think he approves.
We should question him too, actually.
He might have pertinent information.
They might know each other.
That's a good point.
All right. If nothing else is happening at the table,
I'll walk
Alistair,
outside.
you head out.
Ooh,
Vasili is
I'm-
waiting outside.
Stealth.
Roll for stealth.
19.
All right. Let me check one thing. You said 19?
Which is sad because I was gonna do it earlier for it. And
So, how far back are you following them?
I just want to be able to keep my. I don't need to know what they're saying. I just want to keep my. Sure if anything.
You cut out.
Ready. I just want to. I want to be pretty far back. I just want to be able to keep my eye on them and see if anything bad's gonna happen. Just because I'm, don't trust. Because, Yeah, I'm just. I don't even need to hear what they're saying. I just want to watch.
All right. So, Vasili's waiting for you outside Alistair and says, all right, where would you like to head?
Didn't really have a destination. Just wanted a quick chat. And then I'll just kind of like motion forward and just kind of see where he leads.
And your friend, is she joining us or is she going somewhere else?
Oh shit.
This is Strahd.
You stealth, and he was
Strahd.
outside waiting for Alistair.
But
I just
haven't
rolled
left
if he
yet.
know-
I just stealth. They haven't even left yet. I didn't say I followed yet.
I presume that he's heading out. You said you were following at a distance. He was waiting, and when he steps out, if you're stealthing to follow.
I said I
Maybe-
want to be far enough back. I don't need to hear them. I see them. So that means
I know,
like,
you're
I'm gonna
within
wait.
sight line, and he was watching the door waiting for Alistair.
That doesn't make sense.
Mim, do you want to come along?
Sure.
All right, the more the merrier. So what is it that you would like to discuss?
I assume we're walking away from the tavern.
He's gonna try to just
Um,
take you towards like the town square on the eastern
Okay.
side of town.
Okay.
You guys have already... Actually, that's not true. He'll take you back towards the church.
Got you. Good to know. Vasili, I feel as though maybe we may have, speaking in a grander term than just the Father's mission, which I do, we will see through to completion, but I feel that you and my troop may have a common enemy.
And really, who might that be?
People around here call him the devil.
Ah, I am familiar of who you speak. He's a powerful man. What is it that, What ill will does your troop harbor towards him?
Well, as you put it at the table, he seems to bring people to this land as playthings. And we would absolutely love to get home at some point.
That is understandable. Many have tried. Few have succeeded.
So people have
What?
people have succeeded though. I'm right by my mic. I don't understand. Like,
So you're saying there's a chance?
Well, I say few. To be honest, I don't really know if any have. I just
And
turn a phrase, if you will.
yes. And is that her chance what you're preparing for?
Attempting to leave?
Attempting to face the devil.
You could say so, more or less. I have been hunting my quarry for a great many years. But he has proven to be quite elusive.
I see. Is there... Have you gotten close at all? Jesus. He's very upset.
Apparently. I'll be honest, I'm not quite sure. I have thought myself close at times. But each time I have a lead, some have turned out to be false leads. Some, although could be legitimate, have ultimately turned up with me empty-handed. And what of you? What of your journey?
Honestly, we're still working on it. We ran into a group a while back, and some lady there spoke of being able to see the future and gave us a few tips. Places that we might explore to gain an edge
You
on the
spoke
opponent.
with the Vistani.
Yes.
Be careful with them. Not all of them are as trustworthy as they seem. It depends. But sometimes it is difficult to tell friend or foe amongst their ranks.
I understand that. I'm gonna keep looking around, like as I'm saying the devil, and just see if I can. I'm just gonna be on the lookout. So I'm not really looking for anything in particular.
Yeah, just making sure no one overhears you and stuff.
Yeah. I understand that they may have a deal with the devil. Is that the case? Do you know anything
it is
of this?
rumored. No one is quite sure. It is evident that they are the only ones capable of travel to and from Barovia. But the source of this ability is unknown. Many believe it to be the work of the so-called devil. But Whether or not he truly has the ability to allow passage, that is subject to rumor.
I understand.
He turns to Mim. You are quite soft-spoken for joining us on this walk. Did you have questions as well? Or were you just here to listen?
I just enjoy being outside and wanted to listen.
I can understand.
Outside is nice.
I was saying, Alistair.
So, I mean, we seem to find each other on this path. Do you want to be made aware if we come to any advances towards this opponent?
He pauses, kind of looks around to make sure that the coast is clear and smiles and says, well, I would not say that I would be opposed to such information.
And I had one more question for you.
Of course.
I couldn't help but notice back at the tavern,
Mm-hmm.
you were very kind towards us, and thank you a lot for dinner, especially being as we invited you, but you hardly touched your drink or ate much at all.
I had a little food. Admittedly, although I find the tavern food delicious, I find it does not necessarily agree with me a great deal of the time, so I can only partake in small amounts. As for the drink, I have found that if you buy someone else a drink and do not buy one for yourself, they do not trust you. But I also have found that I do not like the way I feel when I drink. It clouds my mind, and I have seen the way it affects people's behavior. I do not wish to put myself in such a position, so I choose not to drink. But as I said, if I do not order one for me, it makes people uneasy. So I just order one for me, and generally people accept that more.
I think we learned that a bit ourselves tonight, and if I could smile at Mim, I would, but I just looked at Mim.
The mask turns, it looks at you pointedly.
Glare at him.
And I chuckle, so you know that I'm smiling.
I am not sure what is funny, but I maybe it is a cultural difference.
Question for the table. Then DM, was he being how did we know he was hunting vampires?
So Alistair and Sten saw him reading a book on the porch of the church that was titled Van Richten's Guide to Vampire Hunting.
Openly reading. He wasn't trying to hide it at all.
That's so. So, quick question for you. Aren't you at all nervous that people are gonna start to catch on that you're hunting vampires? Like, what if this guy finds out and hunts you first?
Well, I will say it is not uncommon to find different opinions in regards to the so-called devil in this town. So, as someone who is less than subtle of his opinion, I do not necessarily stand out. Outside of the city, I have to be a little more careful with my dealings. But, in the words of, I believe the woman you asked about, Lady Wachter, some would say the devil is a negligent landlord. He only involves himself where he sees fit. I doubt that someone like me would prove of much interest to him, at least until I make myself of interest to him.
So, Why is he of interest to you?
As I said, I have a bit of history with vampires. Personal in nature. And
So what's it? What's the history?
Too personal to talk about?
although I am enjoying our walk, there are a very select few who I have spoken with of such a subject, and it is sensitive to me. So maybe someday we will discuss. But as we have only
Understood.
met today, it might be a little early.
Understood. Well, thank you for the book, the information, and the dinner.
Of course, you are welcome. Is there any other questions you'd like to ask? I have some time before I need to retire.
He needs to retire? As a fucking werewolf.
It
I
would
mean,
make
at this
sense.
point,
I was saying.
at this point, the sun has gone down and it is night. Although I say sun, it's cloudy in Barovia.
Right.
It
The
is
light
clearly
gray
it
has
is
changed.
clearly dark, and that we are past sunset, so it is evening time.
The night is dark and full of terrors.
I think that's all from me. Once again, thank you for everything.
Of course. Mim,
Yeah,
is there
thank
anything
you.
that I can interest you in?
Oh.
As I said, you have spoken little. You have also not seen the church. Would you like me to show you?
I don't trust him.
You saw it briefly. We walked
I
past
saw-
it on the way back into town.
That's true. You would have seen it very briefly, just like from the street.
Mm-hmm.
Have you met Father Lucian?
I don't think I have yet, but I think I will. Right? Look at that.
I imagine you would tomorrow.
Yeah.
There are also the evening services if you would be interested.
Didn't he say the evening services were gonna end soon or something? Like they were almost over?
Well, so there are the evening services that are like the sunset, and then there's like one final night service that's around 9.
Yeah.
So at this point, it's like you're about halfway in between. It's around 8 p.m.
Actually, you know what? I'm kind of intrigued.
All right.
Mim's gonna go to church.
Miss gonna go to
I will
church.
follow.
All right.
Yeah, I'll come.
He takes you to the church.
Hey, let's go.
At this point, since it's night, unlike during the day, the entire staircase is lit with candles, and there are a number of Valakians kind of coming in to reach the evening service. And you can hear kind of like light bells. There's some wind chimes outside that are kind of swaying in the breeze. But these evening services are way more packed than it was earlier. Like, there's a lot of people here, and it's clear that the
They're
closing
ratchet.
service... It's clear that the closing services are the most popular service of the day, for whatever reason that might be. But you guys are able to kind of join in with the crowd, and Vasili's able to kind of usher you guys in to sit next to some pews. So there's probably about 20 to 30 people in here, which is a lot for the space. About a third of them are children. A lot of them kind of scared of the dark, clinging to their parents, and the parents all seem the parents and a lot of the adults seem to be the more fervent of the church goers. A lot of them are kneeling and muttering to themselves and praying. And there's one woman who's kind of sobbing to herself up at the front, speaking to Father Lucian directly. As you guys approach and the crowd is filing in, Vasili kind of leans in and knocks and draws the attention of Father Lucian. And Father Lucian looks up. Oh, yes, Vasili, and I see you've brought Alistair and... accent. I can't say I've met your acquaintance. What? Come on in. Come. What is your name, lass?
Mim.
Mim.
Thank you for asking.
Well, it's wonderful to meet you, Mim. Welcome to the church. Is there anything I can show you? Is there any questions I can answer? The services will start shortly.
Nope. I'm good.
Are you, and he kind of looks to Alistair and then to Vasili. Is she going to be helping with our, And Vasili kind of quietly nods and says, oh, wonderful. I knew we'd find a good group, and he kind of like signs himself in a circle that's like almost like Catholic, but it seems like he's like doing points of a sun around his face. And he says, well, if you need anything, just let me know. I'm gonna get to the front to make sure we're all set for the service, but happy to answer any questions, or if you need if you need a drink, I can have Yeska grab something for you. Make yourselves comfortable, and I'll leave you to your prayers. And Vasili kind of like opens the door and has a hand on it, and he says, I will wait out here. I'll allow you to enjoy your prayers and experience the service. If you have anything that you need, I will be here on the steps.
So he's not religious?
Did he come in the church?
He did not. He came and he knocked on the door, and he kind of waved the father over, but he's staying on the steps.
Okay.
Wait, are you sure you don't want to come in and join us?
Although I respect all the religions, the Morning Lord is not my lord of choice. I do not want to disrespect the establishment or those within it.
Oh, well, maybe I shouldn't be here then, because I don't know if I have a lord of choice. I just am here to learn a little bit about people.
Well, to be fair, a church is a great place of learning, and if you are looking to learn, maybe the father would be able to assist you in some of your knowledge.
Gonna find a seat in an open pew.
All right.
I'm following Alistair.
So as you guys go and sit, as I said, there's a bunch of like very fervently praying adults. There's this one woman who is crying that the father goes back to, and you can kind of overhear their conversation from where you're sitting. And she's not very quiet. She's fairly distraught, but she... Where in my notes? Here we go. Yes, she is fairly distraught and crying, and you can hear that she is intonating to I'm just so worried about him, Father. I haven't seen him in 2 days. Oh, Wilhelmina, it's okay. I'm sure he's fine. I'm sure that the Baron is taking good care of him in his well he is gone. I'm sure that he will be back very soon. But Father, it's been 2 days. What could the Baron possibly need to know that would require 2 days? The Morning Lord works in mysterious ways, Wilhelmina. I am sure that he is safe and protected and is warm in the Morning Lord's light and will return to you very shortly. I am sure of it deep in my heart.
He's dead.
And I just wish he hadn't. I just wish he hadn't said anything. I can't believe the guard was right there. He spoke. I just wish they hadn't heard.
Yeah,
Well-
snitches get stitches.
Wilhelmina, everyone's allowed to have their opinions. Just because he spoke ill about the Baron doesn't mean the Baron will not treat him well. I'm sure that he is just merely answering a few questions that the Baron might have, and I'm sure he will be on his way home shortly.
Our friend said, what's his name?
Vasili?
Vasili.
Vasili. I keep combining Blinsky. Okay. Vasili had said that the Baron's house had weird lights and flashes coming out of it at night.
Correct.
Mhm.
I'm just listening to the question.
Yeah, I also, just so you know, I plan to sit through this sermon.
Got it.
Mim goes to church.
Ma'am, are you also sitting through the sermon?
Yeah. The crypt or whatever underneath.
Mhm.
That was what was protecting the church or something, and now it's been broken into,
The
So,
bones in it were protecting the church.
correct.
and the bones are gone.
And you guys haven't snuck into this place before yet, have you?
No one snuck in.
No,
So,
we were invited.
No.
and also
Yeah.
to be fair, it's not terribly large. Like, this is pretty similarly structured to the church that you guys saw in the village of Barovia, where it's essentially almost like a T shape, where there's the pews up front and the actual congregation, and then the 4 rooms towards the entrance. The difference, as Alistair and Sten witnessed, is that on the outside there is a cellar that was locked that leads to a crypt underneath the church. And that cellar door is what was broken open, apparently by force. And as you've been reported, the crypt held the bones of a long dead priest whose name was Saint Andrel. And St. Andrel's bones protected the church and its grounds as hallowed ground from outside evil forces. But the bones have gone missing, and the priest is the priest is concerned that with the bones gone, the church may be vulnerable. And if the church is vulnerable, then he is worried that that will panic the townsfolk, as much of them come there seeking sanctuary and safety, believing it to be a very safe place.
Has anyone been down there yet of our group?
Sten and Alistair have both seen the plinth.
I'll sit through the sermon.
All right, so you guys sit for a good little while before the sermon actually starts. And you see both Yeska and Milivaj, the other sermon boy who, Alistair, you saw digging the other day, eventually come out in like these like white gowns, swinging incense burners, and Yeska's making sure all the candles are lit, whereas Milivaj walks up and down the aisles swinging this incense burner shaped like a sun, with open holes so that the kind of thatch and herbs that are burning inside are visibly glowing through the actual sun itself from various angles, and wafting the scent throughout the church. And before too long, Father Lucian stands up and gives a fairly rousing sermon of how Vallaki is a bastion of hope for Barovia, and the warmth of the Morning Lord bathes over its people, protecting them from evil and wrongdoing and bringing them good fortune, and that with every new dawn, new hope arises, and may they all bask in the light of the Morning Lord. They also undergo a few hymns here and there, of which you guys don't really know the words, so you guys kind of like do the the thing where you're trying to blend in without drawing too much attention to yourself. But throughout the sermon, the children visibly calm, and the adults really seem to lean into kind of not only the escapism, but the kind of sense of community that comes with the sermon, and the hope of a bright future and potential for better days ahead, and kind of the mantra that every new dawn brings new opportunity. And you can tell that this is a kind of core part of what keeps the city going through their hardships, is that this group of fairly destitute people draws a great deal of security and resilience from these sermons and Father Lucian himself. And also throughout the sermon, you can see that the people are enamored with Father Lucian, and he is consistently showing kindness, handing out bags of food to people who need it, giving water. There's a couple people who ask for blankets or various like minor items, and what he's able to give, he does. And you almost get the sense that some of them might be taking advantage of his generosity, but he doesn't seem to balk at it at all, even if it's stressful for him. And you can tell that like he doesn't have a great deal of supplies, partially because what supplies he's able to gather he ends up giving away when people ask. But at no point does he break face at all, in the sense that he is constantly trying to encourage and support these people and just give them any edge of hope that he possibly can in these dark times.
Do you guys turn a new leaf in the church?
Do we what?
You guys turn a new leaf in the church? Are you gonna join?
Mm-hmm. Totally.
Yeah.
Him is like enamored. No. The whole time I'm just thinking about why, like, I'm super confused, and I'm wondering like why Vasili wants to help the priest so much, and like why he keeps hanging out at the church even though he doesn't go in it. So I'm just confused and intrigued by Vasili. So I'm not even listening.
As the sermon ends, a lot of the adults go up and thank Father Lucian and start to file out. Both of you roll me a perception check.
I'm so nervous. I also know it's not perfect. Dirty 20.
12.
Dirty 20.
Alistair, you're more focused on the crowd leaving. Mim, especially considering your relatability to children, you kind of catch that as everyone's leaving, Milivage starts going and kind of cleaning up and wiping down the pews, but Yeska walks up and approaches Father Lucian and then kind of like tenses and kind of like sidles out of the view of most of the church and kind of like collapses a little bit. Not like physically collapses, but kind of like leans his head against Father Lucian, and his shoulders begin to heave a little bit, and you can see that he might be starting to cry. And you inch your way forward a little bit, trying to hear the conversation.
I also nudge Alistair direction too, so he's aware.
Cool. So you guys both kind of edge forward, and Father Lucian has his back turned to you, so he's not paying great attention. But you can hear Yeska kind of crying, and then Father Lucian has his voice very hushed, but it's okay, lad, it's okay. I know it's going to be okay. We're going to figure it out. The church will be safe. Remember, lad. And he kind of like picks up his cheek and gives it, like, wipes a tear from his face. You got the makings of greatness in you. It's gonna be okay. We're gonna make it through this together. And he kind of like flicks his chin up. We'll get through today, and tomorrow's a new dawn. And kind of touses his hair, right? And Yeska's like, okay. Tomorrow's a new dawn. He's like, that's it, lad. And kind of like tousles his hair. All right, go gather the candles. We got to clean this place up before it gets too late because we got morning services bright and early.
Bright and early, I say.
And the boy kind of hustles off.
And I'm just... can I go start to look up to Yeska and, do you need any help collecting the candles?
He's kind of like taken aback that someone's approaching him, and also has never seen a fairy before. And
Sorry, didn't mean to scare you.
he kind of like stops what he's doing and just looks at you. What are you?
I'm Mim. What are you?
I'm Yeska. I guess.
I shake his hand and I say, it's very nice to meet you.
He like isn't quite used to the handshake and like jerks back a little bit and says, but what are you?
I'm a Mim?
I've never seen a Mim
What
before.
are you?
Well, I'm a
Well, me
person.
neither. But I thought you said your name was Yeska.
My name is Yeska, but I'm a person. You said you're a Mim.
Yeah, my name is Mim. Anyway, are you okay? I kind of noticed you seemed a little bit down back there.
He totally tenses up and says, no, I'm fine. I need to clear the candles. He starts collecting candles.
I start helping. Well, here, let me help you. I just want to make sure you're okay, because, like, I notice and I can kind of sense feelings of people, and everyone's really down here, but Father Lucian seems really awesome, huh?
He's very nice. He takes good care of us.
Are you sure you're okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. He's like overloading his arm.
Here, let me grab some of those. And I start trying to grab some and put them in my arms.
He like, no, I got it.
This kid's an
no.
asshole. Okay.
He's scared.
I know.
You caught him in a moment of vulnerability, and he's like, oh shit.
I'm just trying to help you. Are you sure there's nothing I can do to help you?
Okay, I guess you can have a couple. Here, just take a couple.
Okay,
He's
thank
like
you.
about to lose his arm's worth.
Yeah, I grab a few of them just to help him. So where do these go?
He like kind of gestures over at a basket that's like only a few feet from him. I was supposed to put him in the basket. I just got carried away.
Okay, let's put them in the basket then.
He comes over and he just kind of like lets them all go, and then a couple of the candles break in the process. He's like, oh, I'm gonna have to make more.
Oh. Can I you can do cantrips like ever, right?
Mhm.
Can I druidcraft like, oh no, I can't light anything up. Well, it's a candle. Can I druidcraft one of the candles, light it up back up, and then just melt the pieces of the broken ones together?
Sure.
And well, see, now you don't have to make them anymore. And I do just a few and I put it back.
You can do magic.
Well, not really, just a little bit of stuff.
That's super cool.
Thank you. It's taken a lot of
Can
practice.
all Mims do magic?
Well, I don't know. I'm the only Mim I know.
There aren't any more other Mims?
I don't know. I don't think so.
Whoa.
Kid.
The last Mimsy.
The last mem.
Alistair, what are you doing during this time?
Approaching Father Lucian.
All right. Then Mim, do you have anything else that you want to like discuss with the kid, or?
I don't know. Just to clarify, this kid knows something about the bones?
So, Father Lucian was the only one who knew about the bones, but he told Yeska. And then the bones went missing. Father Lucian asked Yeska if he had told anyone. Yeska said he had, but wouldn't reveal the name. And clearly feels guilty about it. So Yeska knows. The only people who know the bones exist at this point are Lucian, Yeska, Milivaj, you guys, and Vasili. But when they went missing, the only 3 people who knew were the only 2 people who knew were Yeska and Father Lucian. And then Yeska told someone else, but they don't know who that 3rd person is. And then afterwards, Lucian informed Vasili and Milivaj trying to get help.
So we need to find this mysterious 3rd person.
Yeah, I
Or
want to
other
kind of see if I can figure it out a little more, but you can switch to Alistair.
All right, Alistair, so you approach Father Lucian. He's kind of helping Milivaj wipe down the pews, collect all the candles, collect all the different religious tomes of the Morning Lord that are spread throughout the church.
I'll start helping him and just stay next to him so I can talk to him. That was a rousing ceremony, Father.
It warms my heart to see that you've taken an interest to the Morning Lord, lad.
I've definitely trying to find my way around religious beliefs.
Well, as I said, it warms my heart, and if there's anything that I can do, I'd be more than happy to help. Any questions you need answered, you're welcome here anytime. Mission or not, and he winks.
I think I may have a question. Something to show, more so.
All right. And he leans in and he kind of whispers, beyond the whole predicament you're in.
Yeah, beyond that, far beyond that.
All right.
I've come to think that I can trust you, Father, and I think I need to show you something, just maybe not with the boys around, if that's all right.
Of course. Milivaj, I'll be right back. I'm gonna speak with this fine gentleman for a moment. And Milivaj kind of nods. Very gruff. But he takes you back to the same room that you spoke in earlier. And he kind of shuts the door and says, what is it I can do for you, lad?
Looking around, how big is this room and what does this room look like? What does it have in it?
So the room itself is probably like 15 feet by 10 feet. It's not a terribly large room.
Okay.
And you can see that this room is fairly sparsely decorated, and has a few chairs and like a rug and kind of like a functioning desk, as well as like a storage cabinet. But you can see that this is probably a room for like the equivalent of confessions. But rather than having like an anonymous booth or something, you can tell that Father Lucian more handles it as like a one-on-one conversation, face to face.
Gotcha.
Almost more like a therapist's office than like a standard confession booth, if that makes sense.
Gotcha.
And there are
confessional. Gotcha.
yes, and like the shelf has some religious paraphernalia and supplies in case like somebody needed a cleansing or a blessing or whatever it may be. But to start, he just kind of pulls out a chair and motions one for you. And...
Oh, thank you. I've come to learn over the past few months of my life that I'm gifted in a way, so to speak.
Oh shit.
With the ability to heal. This isn't something I learned per se.
That's a rare
It just
gift, lad.
happened. It comes with other things. Do you mind? And I pull the chair to the very back of the room and like gesture for him to stand on the other side of the room.
He like trepidatiously takes a step back and be like, should I be concerned?
I don't think so. But I'm not sure. And then I'll take a step back and I will pull off the mask.
All right. light bursts forth from you. Mim, roll me a perception check.
This is definitely bright.
Does this like damage people around you too?
It does, yeah.
In
That's
what-
why I
in what
asked
range?
him that. 10 feet. I believe it's around
Radius
me.
around you.
Yeah.
All right. Let me look
Not
at the
trying to
actual.
hurt anybody.
That's fair. I'm gonna check the old map and see if there's a way for him to stand that he's not in your
Hurts
vicinity.
you too, right?
Yeah, it does hurt me too. But
Okay,
also, if
so
it is,
width-wise of the room, he is able to stand about 5 feet out because it's 15 long. So if you're against one wall
Gotcha.
and he's against the other wall, he is technically clear of the 10-foot radius. So you're at least clear in regards to that damage. Oh, I did this on the player one, and now I'm all screwy.
and then like, it would probably only be for a second for him to fully understand what's going on, because this technically deals 4 radiant damage to me and everything around me every 6 seconds.
including objects.
I think so. It's just a giant radius around me.
The ability is actually called
Radiant consumption.
Consumption Affect Objects. Also keep in mind you resist the damage to yourself.
Yeah.
So it is
Yeah,
half.
it's 2
But
to me.
I believe, based off of the way that it reads, I believe that it's only living things that it would damage.
Okay.
Because radiant damage.
Yeah, I don't think it would like set anything on fire, which would suck.
Yeah, I imagine that it's only. You're basically emitting holy light, but you're not, and like it would like burn things, like living things, but it's not. It's not like you're gonna set the bookshelf on fire. So,
Gotcha.
the light bursts forth from you and kind of rotates. Mim, what was your perception?
11.
11. Let's find out. That's pretty on the border. You do kind of see across the way, under a door frame, there's like a streak of light going across the floor, across the church from where you're speaking to Yeska.
Mim just thinks I killed another priest.
Well, have I seen you take off your mask before? I can't remember.
Yes.
I also will say there's a window on the far side of the room, and light is just bursting out the back of it right now.
Yeah.
But anyway, so you
Okay.
emit a bunch of light.
Yep. And then after he has a chance to take it in, I put the mask right back on.
Well, I can't say that's what I expected, but you weren't joking when you said that you've got gifts, lad.
I can't say that I know what it is or why it even happens.
Well, I would be lying if I said that I encountered something like this in my life. But what I can say, if you've got abilities such as this, such as healing, such as this light, it means that some being, whether it be the Morning Lord or another Lord of Light, someone's got a plan for you, lad. You're here for a reason. I don't know. I can't tell you what that reason is. But I can tell you that whoever gave you that gift, they want something for you, or they believe that there's something that you're meant to accomplish.
I just wish I knew who it was or what I was supposed to accomplish.
Kind of comes and he Very cautiously, but comes forward and puts a hand on your shoulder, and then when nothing happens, kind of like gives a little bit of a firm shake. He's like, well, I wish I could tell you, but what I can say is everyone's got their journey to undertake. And if you're carrying these gifts, I imagine you'll find out more about them as you go. We all learn every day, dawn to dusk. And every day is going to bring you one step closer to your answers. I can't tell you when you'll find them, but I can tell you that you're on the right path. You just got to take
Thank you, Father.
one step ahead and just keep putting one foot in front of the other and hope that the sun continues to bear down on you.
Thank you, Father.
Thank you. I appreciate you confiding in me. And like I said, you're welcome anytime, mission or not. Are you sure you don't want
And
anything before you go? I got a couple extra biscuits.
Oh, I'm okay, but thank you.
All right.
I'll walk back out to Mim.
I like eye the door and I kind of see him come through, and I'm like, and then is the priest staying back there?
No, he'll come out shortly after Alistair.
Okay. I'm assuming then, because like I was almost gonna run in there, but I was still kind of helping fix some candles.
Mhm.
And then I noticed him walk out, and so I turn back to Jessica and I say, "So, you like magic?"
Oh, sorry.
I
For some reason, I immediately, my mind went to like magic tricks instead of like actual magic.
You like jazz?
Yeah, that's-
I went to him,
You like jazz?
"You like magic?" And I
I've-
pull out my deck of cards. No.
I've only seen a little bit. Father Lucian can do some healing magic, but that's about all I've ever seen. I've never seen somebody light a fire. That was cool.
Thank you. Watch this. And so I pull out my deck of cards and I kind of do like a just trick with them. And then I grid craft a flower popping out, and then I give him a flower.
You druid craft a flower popping out, and then you what?
And I give him the flower.
Okay. Roll me a sleight of hand check to see how well you do the deck.
10.
All right. Your card shuffling and showmanship is very average, but halfway through your production, you generate a flower. You kind of fan out the cards as if you're gonna have them draw a card, and you druid craft so that the flower sticks out of the deck, and he's flabbergasted. And you kind of gesture for him to take it, and he takes it, and the flower is. Do you want it to be like a rose or a daisy?
It's like a little daisy, or like a wildflower.
All right, so it's like it's a nice little white petaled daisy that just he takes and he smells it and he goes, "How did you do that? I've never seen cards grow flowers before. Can all mims do this?"
Hashtag not all mims.
I'm not sure, but maybe next time if I ever meet one, I'll ask.
Okay.
But listen,
Well, I hope you find another mim.
oh, thank you. But I just want to make sure you know, like, you're gonna be okay, and we're here to protect you. And if you ever need anything, you can come ask me. And I have some friends too, and we're here to help.
He kind of
I'm-
like eyes you a little bit, and then eyes the flower and says, "Okay."
And then I pull out one of my acorn or my like a handful of my acorns, and I say, "Also, it seems like you have a lot weighing on your chest. Maybe do you want to tell my acorns, because they're really good at keeping secrets, and I always tell them all the things, and they're really comforting too." And I put them
Can
up
your
to his mouth.
acorns talk?
Well, they don't talk to everybody. They probably won't talk to you, but they're really good listeners.
Hello? Oh.
Hold on, let me talk to them. Well, they're just a little bit scared, but they'd love to hear if you need to get anything off your chest. They always say it makes people feel better.
Roll me a persuasion roll at advantage.
Okay. At advantage.
Well,
At advantage
music
because of the
is
flower.
Stressful.
You said persuasion?
Mm-hmm.
Where is? Oh, I got 0. Plus 0. Okay, so 16.
Okay.
I'm sweaty.
Okay.
This music is too intense for me trying
He's
to
a
get this
weak-
kid to talk to my acorns.
Palms are sweaty.
He looks at you and he looks at the acorns and he's like, "You promise they're good listeners? Are they good at keeping secrets?"
Well, they've never told me anybody else's secrets. We've only just discussed our secrets, so I think that they'd keep your secret.
He kind of like puts his hand out for the acorns
And I set a couple in his hand.
and he kind of like turns and walks a few feet away and he leans in and he whispers to the acorns. And he comes and he brings them back.
Okay, see? And I put them in my pocket and I say, all right, I hope that helped. And again, if you ever need anything, you can come find us and our friends. Father Lucian knows where to find us.
Okay.
Okay, good seeing you. And I go back over to Alistair.
All right. So, Alistair, you walk out and you see Mim chatting with Yeska for a bit, and then she comes over and approaches.
Make a new friend?
Yeah, I think so. I think I helped him. It kind of felt good.
Good. Shall we head back?
Yeah, let's get out of here.
I never expected Alistair and Mim to go to church and become like the do-gooders of the party.
Yeah, this went well.
It's like Alistair learned a little bit about himself, you know? Mim learned a little bit about herself.
That's awesome. All right, so you guys are heading out.
Yeah, we head back.
Is Vasili still outside?
Yeah, he's sitting on the steps, kind of like looking around. Pretty much everyone's gone at this point. So he looks up and he says, "You took quite a bit of time in there. Did everything go well, I hope?"
Did you notice the beacon of light protruding from the church?
You'd have to ask him. Or he
I
might
would
have to
believe
bring it up.
Well, you know, I would say it was very enlightening.
Jesus Christ.
Damn it.
He kind of squints and he raises an eyebrow and he says, "Are you playing on words? Because I did see there was a
yeah.
burst, but I didn't hear any screams, so I presumed whatever it was okay."
It
It's just
was
like,
fine. It was good.
All right. Well, I hope you enjoyed the service at least.
I did.
That whispering and the music is very creepy. It's like in one ear. I don't like it. Yeah, it was good.
All right. Well, if that is all, is there anything that you'd like to see here? I know Nim has not seen the crypt. Did you speak with Father Lucian about the problem at all, or?
We told him that we'd be back tomorrow.
All right. Well then, I'm sure that you all have a plan, and I will not pressure you.
I think I'm ready to turn in for the night. How about you, Mim?
Yep, me too. I'm so exhausted. I wish I could find a nice tree to sleep in.
Do you only sleep in trees?
Well, I'd like to, but you all don't have enough trees right around.
That is true. The city tends to be fairly free of trees.
Yeah, I don't know what that's about.
Deforestation. Come on, guys.
Look at the state of this. Oh, this one. This tree. Come on. You want that around?
That's not very cool.
A tree's a tree, man.
All right. So, would you like me to walk you back to the inn, perhaps, or would you like to find your own way?
I think we can find it from here.
Yeah.
Then I will leave you to it. Have a wonderful rest of your evening. And he kind of does this half bow, like pulls his cape out slightly, and I will meet you tomorrow at around 2 p.m. at the inn. Yes, that is what we agreed.
Yeah, sounds good.
All right. I believe I hear a knocking, so I will be going now. But yeah, so he steps off and walks off into the street. At this point, the street's pretty bare. Pretty much everyone is turning in. There's a couple guards patrolling. You see him kind of wave at one set of guards, and they kind of nod in his direction. But he walks off into the evening.
Mim, you want to follow him?
I'm ready to
Time
roll.
for espionage.
Do we need to check back in with anyone else, like what they're doing right now, like as DM?
What are the rest of you doing at the tavern? And then we'll address anything as needed.
Well, we didn't decide if we were going to church.
Oh, that's true.
It's okay. Can I have some flourish on the performance of creation thing?
Which one? The
It's a giant
acorn?
acorn right now?
Yeah.
Irina and Udumbi, can you come here for a second?
Andar would be with us too, right?
Everyone is with you but Alistair and Mim.
Okay. Hey, yes. What's up? What's wrong?
I think this is big enough for everybody. It's
This
about to go
acorn?
away. Yes, it's about to go away.
Yes.
How about you all make a wish?
A wish on the acorn.
Yeah, I'm going to throw it in the air, and it's going to turn into a bunch of small acorns, and then to dust. And when that happens, make a wish.
Sounds like fun. Andar, what are you going to wish for?
If I tell you, it won't come true.
Is that how wishes work?
Sometimes you need to actually ask for it, but I don't know. We're from different places, different superstitions.
I'm going to wish for a big stick.
Right.
Do I just do it at the count of 3? Can I wish for it right now?
I wish for my father's.
Father,
Well, actually, I agree with Andar. I think maybe if I speak the wish, I would rather it not risk it not coming true.
All right.
I wish for a big stick.
You absolutely can.
Okay.
All right.
Oh, this is exciting.
We're going to
Does the
throw
wish
it out.
come true right away?
Sometimes they take time.
Oh,
But are you ready?
yes.
I'm going to throw it up, and then as it comes down, it's going to turn into like 100 tiny acorns. And before they hit the ground, they're just going to like disintegrate.
Okay. So Sten throws it into the air and kind of spins it a little bit, and as it does, it almost seems to like blend into a rain of acorns that start to spread towards the ground. But right as they start to fall and reach about like mid-height of their descent, they vanish into sparkles that just kind of spread across the floor before vanishing.
The Doomby just claps. That was magnificent.
I love it.
It's ancient magic, but I'm sure it'll work.
And I have never seen anything like that in all my travels. You are truly something special.
Oh, it's just something you pick up. I mean, I suppose it's more noises than the other songs. But
Could I buy all of you one drink? I feel like this deserves a drink.
I'll put on the hood. Sure.
Adumi, before he even says anything, Adumi will be like calling over for a round. But he'll order two rounds for himself and Andar though.
All right. So Doomby heads down to order, Andar heads down, Irina heads down, Sten puts on the blanket and heads down.
And that's pretty much it. I assume we just, shoot the shit and talk and have drinks
Fair enough.
while we wind down for the night. Maybe we play maybe Endar shows me a drinking game.
Is there anything that you guys would like to ask Irina while the church service is going on? If not, no worries. I just want to give you that opportunity.
I've got something.
Shoot.
Yeah, something. Something.
Irina, did you feel comfortable in Vasili's presence?
Well, I'll admit I don't yet know him, but he seemed quite charming, in a way. Maybe it was a little odd that he seemed to kind of blushes a little bit, take a liking to me, but I can't say that I didn't enjoy his company. That doesn't mean I trust him yet.
Talking about Strahd's
but-
company?
No.
That doesn't mean I trust him yet, but
Oh, okay.
I can't say there were any terribly overt red flags.
It's got quite the heavy purse.
I am surprised I'm unfamiliar with his family. If he, admittedly, 30 gold is not a terribly large sum, and some of you kind of like catch that little like, oh yeah, she's privileged type deal. But it would indicate that he is
That
at
son of
least
a bitch.
comfortable.
Anyways, about that drinking game, Enda.
Yes, how does it work?
Unfortunately, the only drinking games I know are the ones that I cheat at. I don't know how to actually play any of them.
Well, how about you purposely lose the first one, and then if it goes well for everybody, we'll probably forget that you're winning.
I suppose, but do we have the time?
I mean, what
Should
else
we
have we
check
been
in on
to?
them? They've been gone for over an hour now.
So, just for clarification's sake, I presume you guys are going to chill at the inn until they return.
Yeah,
And
exactly. We're just chilling out.
Then, for the
I
sake
figured, yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
of no, you first. You figured.
I figured we're pretty much not doing anything for the rest of the day as a group, and that we're probably waiting until tomorrow to one, check out with Blinsky, two, do the Father Lucian stuff if we want to do, and if you want to do that if it's not at night, and then three, meet up with the rich girl if you feel like doing that. But regardless, I feel like we're probably gonna want to do it tomorrow. So.
All right. So then, I think we have two things to address. One, Mim, are you trying to follow Vasili?
Yes.
Roll me stealth.
I also am.
How long are those services?
They're only about like 20-30 minutes, so it's wrapped up by about 9:30.
Okay. But it has been like an hour
Yeah,
since they said they'd just go on a walk with this guy I don't trust.
that's
I'm
valid.
getting antsy.
I got a 20.
Okay,
I got
natural or
24.
unnatural?
Dirty.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
All
right. Sounds good.
Let me look at the map.
This music is awesome for the stealth mission. Let's go.
I know. I like it. I
I'm
like
gonna put you guys on the Valaki map.
We should put some labels on the buildings we know, if we can.
You guys were at the church.
Hmm?
You follow, and he turns down this street. Ooh, I almost just grabbed the whole map. He turns down this street and walks a little while before heading into one of these buildings. Doesn't appear to give any indication that he notices you along the way. Along the way, encounter a few guards on patrol. None of them particularly notice you guys because you guys are keeping to the shadows. There are a few townspeople out and about, but it's pretty empty. And Vasili just kind of walks his way home and enters a building and shuts the door behind him.
Any open windows? Or like curtain open, not like open.
At first glance, no. At first glance, it appears to be like a shuttered building. But he has been out all day, so.
That's fair. Okay.
Can I walk around this building and just clock all entrances and exits?
Sure. Roll me a perception check. Actually, roll me investigation.
It doesn't matter. It does not matter.
What'd you roll?
One.
Oh.
Nat 1.
All right.
You lost the building.
I have high stealth. It's fine.
You saw him walk into a building, and then you start pursing the wrong building. And Mim's like,
awesome.
What are you doing? And
What are you doing?
He walked into this building.
No, that's the wrong building. What are you doing?
It's dark. I'm sorry. It's been a long time since I've done this.
And then I'm gonna go around and investigate.
All right.
You said investigate, right?
Yep. Investigation.
So 16.
All right. You're able to clock a front door, a back door, and a outside cellar, similar to most of the buildings in Vallaki. Nothing substandard or unusual.
Okay. I tell Alistair, all right, well, it doesn't seem like there's much here.
I mean, it was more just clocking where he ended up.
That's what I
think
thought.
we're good to head back now.
Yeah, let's head back.
All right. You guys continue along this route, and as you do so, you pass within vicinity of the Burgomaster's mansion, and you do notice that from the upper levels, there are some bright purple flashes.
Purple flashes. Okay.
How high up? Can you fly up? In the window?
It's the top floor, so it would be probably about 30 feet. If you were to fly up, you would lose your stealth because you'd be out in the open air, and there are guards patrolling.
It's interesting, Mim, but I don't know if it's a good idea.
I think you're right. Okay, we'll have to come back another night.
Agreed.
All right, you guys head back to the
Stealth.
tavern. At which point, everyone's gonna head for a long rest, correct?
Yeah.
Yep.
All right, so
Hey guys, we went to church.
I feel like if this was an episode, it would be titled Mim Goes to Church.
honestly, that's what I'll put on the YouTube channel when we get it up and rolling again.
Take Mim to church.
So you guys find them concluding their drinking game. Everyone relays their doings of the evening, and everyone heads to bed.
Well, before we go to bed, I just needed to ask Adunbi one question.
Mhm.
Okay.
Hey, Adunbi, you said you can talk to plants, right?
Yes, there's a little trick I know. I can prepare doing that in the morning. It takes a little bit of time, but
Because, what's the kid's name?
Yeska.
Yeska told my acorns a secret, but I can't understand it. They won't tell me. So maybe they'll tell you?
a secret.
Mm-hmm.
I can try to see.
Out of character to table, because I don't understand how like spells and things.
Yeah.
Do you have to like lose spell slots or things like?
No, so speak with plants is a ritual, a ritual spell. And I can get the spell in the morning. I can like switch out for it in the morning.
But does it waste any?
No, it's just I just got to. It takes like 10 minutes. I got to use it for free.
Okay.
Yep.
Yep.
I also have one thing
Okay,
before
cool.
bed.
All right, fire away.
Feeling the mask. Anything changed?
The crack is slightly larger.
Okay, that's.
Oh no.
happened.
You're
Here
gonna
it
become a mess.
Put one more tally on your sheet.
All right.
Tallies.
I'm gonna. Can I message you what I want? I'm gonna write something on a piece of paper.
That's fine. Yeah.
Okay.
Also, does anyone remember what order your guys' beds were in the room?
I was far wall.
I do.
I
not
was as
know.
far away from Alistair as I could be, I think.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure.
Oh,
we
that
had-
was it. So, it was this then. It was, yeah, that
Who,
was the
this?
arrangement. Because I remember Andar was okay sleeping next to Alistair, and we made a joke that Andar accidentally ended up on Alistair at one point or something.
Gotcha. And are just sleeping with his skeleton owl.
Accidentally.
Accidentally.
Fire away. Oh, you messaged me on Discord. No, you didn't.
He looks perplexed.
typing.
Oh.
It's like, Nani?
It has nothing to do with today, so you're fine.
I feel like.
Okay, so I
Irena's
can
gonna-
continue.
Yeah.
Then.
Yeah.
What did you say?
Okay, cool. So,
Okay.
you guys all lay down for a long rest. Everyone gets the benefits of a long rest, except
It's gonna be me.
it is gonna be you.
Oh.
I knew it. Can I still switch out my spells or not?
Yes, you can. But you gain no other benefits from the long rest.
Okay.
And I need you to actually wait. That's a lie. Your hit point maximum reduces by 5.
Okay, again. So I'm at -14.
Everyone wakes up feeling rested, except for Doonby, who once again feels sickly and less than well. Sten,
You can read that later. It's fine.
yep. You wake up, and when you first glance down, you catch yourself for a moment because it almost looks like the sheets are holding themselves up in the shape of your body. Before you realize that there is the faintest outline of your body beneath the sheet. You need to take down one. You are one lower strength than you were.
Again? Fuck.
You now have advantage on stealth when you are not wearing your clothing or armor. And you have resistance to physical attacks. But you have further trouble gripping or grabbing or interacting with any physical objects. And the clothing that you wear seems almost to not quite float in place. It almost seems as if it's falling and then is like stopped mid-fall around where your body would be. Your body is not holding the armor up as much as the armor cannot fall through you.
Okay.
Think 65% opacity.
Okay.
Or
We can fix
65%. You were like 65, like, I'm sorry, the other way, like 40% opacity.
Okay.
If he screams, I'm instant up, crossbow aimed at door.
He screams, you aim your crossbow at the door, and at first you don't see him. And then your eyes focus, and you see him just barely.
Oh my god.
All right, we probably got to get that shit figured out.
And that is where we'll end for today.
I have to rewatch that to write everything down. That's a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can give it. I can get.
stealth.
I can
Let's
manage.
go.
I can message it to
Well,
you.
I can't wear anything. So my low armor class goes to the minimum now.
I will. I
If I
will
want
message
that.
it to you.
Thanks.
How do you do the? Here, I'll just do it on Discord. But yes, that is where we will end for today.
Did you write down what he said to my acorns? What the kid said?
I know what he said.
You'll remember.
I know.
3 pastries, please.
It was
gonna be
not the
some-
secret we needed.
No, probably not gonna be. But that's okay.
Hey. So you can see me, but you have to look hard. Is that where I'm at?
Yes.
Yep.
It's
Okay.
think full ghost image of yourself. Like before you were there, but you looked semi. Like before now you were nearly headless Nick level. Like you're clearly there, but you're see through. Now it's a lot more like those images that you see, like those old. You remember those old viral email? Like, is there a ghost in this image type images?
Oh, okay.
Like where it's like
Yep.
there's an outline there. That's you're almost at that point.
Lovely.
Love it. Yeah, we're kind of fucked on that front, huh?
I mean, are you suffering from exhaustion yet? Because this is the second
Yeah.
night.
Do I get exhaustion levels from this or nah?
We're gonna say no.
Theoretically,
I'm gonna
Okay.
say it, like theoretically yes, but I'm gonna say no just because I'm not cruel.
Oh,
I'm at minus 14 hit points. Right
I
now.
think that right now you guys are you have enough to deal with. I think exhaustion would be excessive.
Does that mean you're like downed though? If you're at negative hit points?
No, I have minus 14 to my maximum.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, if it doesn't stop, that could potentially be a problem.
Yeah, I have like 4 days left before I just die.
So we gotta go find Morgantha again, I guess.
Yeah, I think that's our number one.
Sen has one day
above-
before he's completely invisible.
I was gonna say above table, Adunmi has more time than Sten.
We have
Yeah.
so much to do tomorrow, though.
All right, tomorrow. Okay,
Welcome to
Regardless of
Velaki.
everything.
Life's a fucking nightmare.
regardless of what the fuck we have to do, we're gonna get that at least out of the way.
But that means we gotta go and kill a hag.
I mean,
That's literally
Yeah.
what that means.
Kill a hag with like weakened friends.
Also,
Yeah.
Great.
on another exciting note, we discussed how every time a player has a birthday, they get a birthday session. And Sten, yours is still coming. As I said, you guys have to leave Velaki for me to tie it in because I have the perfect thing, but I don't want to shoehorn it in an unnatural way. So I have it waiting.
am I gonna die before we get to it?
I sure hope not. But I am going to point out next week is my birthday.
next week is
Sweet.
your birthday.
So,
Oh yeah. What the
Yeah,
fuck?
Sunday.
Oh my god. We have so
So
much to do. We have so much to do in May. Holy shit.
we've set it up well.
Are we playing?
So much
Are
to
we
do
playing
in
next week?
May.
Yeah, we're absolutely playing next week. We're playing on my birthday.
Sweet.
So it'll be fun. In fact, if you guys are interested, we could even potentially do a longer one next week, but we'll see. We can discuss
A
that.
longer one?
We can discuss that offline.
I don't know. How do you spell Velaki?
Velaki is Vallaki.
Lucky.
Dude, I'm gonna be invisible for the festival. I'm gonna haunt everybody.
Do it. Be the ghost of Hauntmas past.
Oh my god, I'm gonna wake up Alistair. Your actions have consequences.
Oh my god.
This was your fault. Somehow.
All right, how many people thought I was gonna kill the priest?
Maybe.
Let's be real.
You would never kill a priest.
No, I don't think so. Not without everyone to see it.
Not without everyone to see it.
I'm excited. So yeah, that's the session.
I can't wait. We're gonna like. All right, I don't even know where we're, like we have like 0 leads on where Morgantha is.
You guys
It's probably
have
a phone grinder, right?
you guys have a lot to do and not a lot of info.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just
Yeah.
I feel like we did a lot today, but didn't get.
Well,
a
to be
lot
fair, you guys
done.
have been doing a lot of little things in different spaces, right? You guys have been like, there's been very little hard committing to any one path. It's been a lot of.
Oh, you're gone. He's gone. Come back. Baby, come back.
Argument.
I made a mistake.
Lucky.
I don't know quite what I did, but you guys have done a lot of semi-committing to a lot of different paths, and at no point have you guys really like committed to any one path for any length of time.
Yeah.
There's just too many things. We want to help with everything.
We're just too good of people. We try. We're trying.
Yeah,
I think that's like the.
These
I
are
think that's like the important
important
thing.
things,
The important takeaway here is that we're trying. And like we're trying really hard. It might not be successful, but we are trying really hard.
I don't know if Mim's trying. Mim is just all over the place.
Dude, Mim started a bar fight. Let's go.
Bar fights are pretty great.
Mim almost just straight up murdered a townsperson.
Like, yeah, she's like non-lethal slap. Also, I'm gonna kill a guy.
Yeah.
Why did you slap?
Yeah, why did I slap him?
You slapped Blinsky because he grabbed your wings.
Oh yeah, that's what it was.
You slapped? Yeah, that's true.
Hey,
Red Bull gives you wings.
there's a difference between assholes that get overly aggressive and want to assert their dominance for minor things, like me accidentally trying to grab his ale, thinking it was mine. Fine. I'm excited that I have to somehow fix the relationship with Irina, and also Danica probably hates me so much
Oh,
more.
Danica is not a fan of Mim. Absolutely not a fan of Mim.
Not a fan.
Mim is gotta come up with a good plan to make friends.
We can resupply her wine thing. That'll probably do it.
Yeah, that's probably it. I feel like Irina and I had a good bonding moment when we played cards. So I gotta do something like that again.
That's true.
gotta
But
fix it.
playing cards it does not exactly counteract literally murdering an
I
innocent in front
know.
of her face.
I knew we would be able to heal the person. I didn't know for sure. I just knew we could. I have cure wounds too. I could have cure wounded this ass.
I think half the party has cure wounds, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, I was discussing that with Tot. I was like, what's funny is because you guys came in with no paladin and no cleric, everyone has become semi-support in the sense that like everyone's becoming off healers so that you guys can all pick each other up. Because everyone's like, okay.
I took cleric spells.
I think Andar's gonna be the next to kill somebody. Where I go in and revive them. I'm pretty sure. I'm gonna bet on that.
No, yeah, it's like it's funny because everyone's building off support in at least one way. Like Andar's building kind of buff wizard, like the bard is building buff bard, Adunbi's building like Healy druid with spells, and Alistair's got like heal fighter, and Mim's going arcane trickster with a little bit of healing. Like
Yep.
everyone's
yep.
like, okay, we're gonna need to be able to pick ourselves up from fights, so which is awesome.
Yeah, we're in a pretty good spot. I believe in our squad. Maybe until I die, but
Or you guys just have Doctor Who, best doctor.
yeah, he actually has saved our lives multiple times.
Multiple
Mhm.
times. Honestly, without Doctor Who, you guys probably would have died
We
a
need
couple
to
sessions
attach like
ago.
A long
a healing
time
kit
ago.
to him.
Our
I
Lord
got
and
a
Savior,
healing
Doctor.
kit.
Our Lord
You
and
have a healing.
Savior, Doctor Who.
I don't think companions can use. I don't think familiars can
special.
use.
He's clearly special.
He's clearly special. He's a med student.
Look at him. He's made of
He's a med
bones.
student.
He specializes in radiology.
I do have to head out though, so I will talk to you guys later.
All right.
See ya.
Thank
See
you
you
guys
guys.
for playing as
Take it
always.
easy, all.
I'm excited for next week.
I'm excited for next
excited.
week too. I want to see if we can actually not die.
Yeah.
I'll talk to you guys later.
See ya.
Bye.
Bye.